Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Planning Committee meeting. My name is Councillor Tim Ball. I will now ask officers at the top table to introduce themselves, please.
I'm Karina Haskins from Democratic Services.
Christopher Griggs-Draven, Team Manager of Development Management Team.
Hello, Simon Elias, the Council's legal team.
Thank you. Please do remind councillors and members of the public to switch their phones to silent or turn them off altogether. The meeting is being filmed and the recording will be available on the Council's website. Anybody speaking does not wish to be filmed should make themselves known to the camera operator. Emergency evacuation procedure, please.
Thank you, Chair. If a continuous alarm sounds, you must evacuate the building and proceed to the assembly point. From this room, you follow the illuminated green signs to the exit using either the marble staircase at the end of the building or the main staircase. Please do not use the lifts, and the assembly point is in the Orange Grove on the green outside Brown's Restaurant. Thank you.
Thank you. Apologies for absence. We have Councillor Hal McPhee and there's no substitute. Everyone else is present, understand? Yes. Declarations of interest not already declared. Anybody? Councillor Horsall.
Chair, just on main agenda items 2 and 3, the person speaking on behalf of local residents, Alan Pearce, doesn't seem to be here, but he's known to me. We were at university together 30 years ago, so that's not going to affect any decision that I make today.
Okay, Councillor Crosley. Okay, thank you, Councillor Crosby. No one else? Thank you. There is no urgent business this morning. Items of public statements and questions.
So, thank you, Chair. Just to confirm the procedure. Speakers will be called to speak immediately after the case officer has made their presentation. The order of speakers and time allowed for speaking will be as follows. So, parish town or town council representatives will speak first and be allowed 3 minutes in total. Objectors to an application will be allowed 3 minutes in total. Supporters of an application will be allowed 3 minutes in total. And ward councillors will be given a maximum of 5 minutes. I appreciate on the second application it's 2 applications together, so it's 6 minutes or 10 minutes in the case of the ward councillor. Thank you.
Okay, minutes of the meeting 18th of March. Do we agree those as a correct record? That's everybody. Thank you very much. Then we're on the main plans list. Eastern Sports Field, Sports Training Village, University of Bath. Can I ask Isabel to present the report, please?
Thank you, Chair. So this application is a full planning application for the delivery of student accommodation at the University of Bath campus, Claverton Down, alongside vehicular and pedestrian and cycle access, internal highways, car parking, green and blue infrastructure, paddle tennis courts, cycle storage and other associated infrastructure. So I do have a verbal update. Apologies, members, this is of some length, but some additional comments have been received from third parties and councillors that are not referred to in the update report. While some of these have already been addressed within the reports, there are a couple of points that I want to expand upon and address now. Firstly, comments have been received about the adequacy of the travel plan bond. The reasoning behind the figure is set out within the highways section of the report. Secondly, further concern has been raised with regard to the use of the university site by Bath Rugby and the recreation ground as a park and ride. To expand upon this, there is provision within the Section 106 attached to the new stadium permission at the recreation ground for the use of car parking spaces at the university for a park and ride associated with the recreation ground stadium. So I've spoken to the case officer for the recreation ground who has confirmed that the requirement for spaces at the university will only apply to Premier League Saturday and Sunday matches when the stadium is intended to be full. On other occasions, like Friday Premiership matches, there is expected to be capacity within city centre car parks and other park and ride sites. Non-rugby event numbers are capped by way of planning condition. The point made in the update report with regards to this needing to be factored into the university's travel plan if and when it occurs are still valid. The requirement for the use of the university's car parks would be at a time when there is a lesser requirement, i.e. weekends, and the transport assessment for the recreation ground application specifically sets out that the use would not clash with university open days or events. This has been considered in full and will be covered by travel plans as required. Continuing on the theme of highways, it's also been raised that the comment in the committee report with regard to a contribution for traffic calming not being necessary is outdated, as the Council's traffic management team have confirmed in writing that physical traffic calming measures on Claverton Road are required due to traffic speeds. Whilst this may be true, it does not mean that this development generates the requirement for a contribution. In order for a contribution to be considered, it must pass the SIL Regulation 122 tests, one of them being necessary to make the development acceptable. In this case, the development itself isn't generating a significant amount of traffic, and it is not considered that such a contribution would be necessary to make it acceptable. Points have also been made with regard to the £850,000 active travel contribution and what it can be spent on, and I'll come to this later in the presentation. Finally, Bath Spa University have contacted me to set out that they would like it known that they were not consulted by the University of Bath prior to the issuing of the letter about follow-on accommodation mentioned in the update report. So moving to the main presentation, the site location and context. So on the screen, you'll see the site location plan with the site outlined in red. The university site as a whole is outlined in blue. The site is within the City of Bath and Great Spa Towns of Europe World Heritage Site designations, the boundary of which follows this line here, so it's just inside, right on the boundary. It's also within the Cotswold National Landscape, so the extract map at the bottom of the screen, the kind of hash green area, shows where the National Landscape boundaries are. So the site's encompassed, as well as the sports training village, which includes the athletics track and 3G pitch to the south of the application site. We've also got Bushy Norwood to the east, which is here. So this is kind of a key ecological back corridor that's talked about quite a lot within the report. The site's also within the setting of the Claverton Conservation Area and Claverton Manor Registered Park and Garden, and it is allocated under policy SV19. So I'm going to start with some site photos for those that weren't on the site visit, but I think most members have been to this site for various applications and reasons. So this is the Eastern Sports Field, looking south with the East car park behind me. And then this photo is looking north towards the East car park. So you can see just here, this is the top of the modern pentathlon marquee that's currently situated and has temporary permission to be situated on the existing clay tennis courts, so just to give you an idea of where those tennis courts are. And then we've got another image looking north a little bit further back. And then some photos looking north taken from the bridleway, which runs alongside the site, so you can see the existing tree line, and Bushy Norwood is to the east of this tree line. And then finally, just a close-up image of the tennis courts and the modern pentathlon marquee. There is a planning application which has been submitted to relocate this marquee to an alternative location within the sports training village temporarily to obviously allow for this development, and then a more permanent solution is likely to come forward through a further planning application for this marquee. And then this is just a view that I took at the site visit that we went to on Monday. So this is looking south. This is just to kind of give a bit of context between the athletics track, which is here, and then the edge of the site, which is located here. The paddle tennis courts, I'll show you on a site plan in a minute, are proposed roughly to go in this location here, so they're right next to the sports training village. So, as I mentioned, the site forms part of an allocation which encompasses the whole of the university campus, and it essentially sets out a kind of spatial strategy for the university, recognising that the campus is constrained and therefore development opportunities are finite. So it seeks to optimise the campus, and it aligns broadly with the university's master plan. So the policy includes this diagram, which is referred to as diagram 28. The policy sets out that within Area 2, which is just here on the site, around 870 student bed spaces will be delivered following the rationalisation of the existing sports pitches. So as has been set out in the report, a 3G pitch and mugger has been delivered in this area here, which was permitted at the planning committee a couple of years ago. And this is considered to make sufficient alternative provision for the loss of the grass pitches to make way for the student bed spaces. Outside of the specified areas on this plan, the policy makes clear that redevelopment of the university site will be acceptable in principle for university-related uses. So this is just an extract of the policy wording. and there are some quite important parameters which are of relevance and have been set out in the committee report. So, to summarise, the buildings within Area 2 are to be limited to 4 storeys and around 13 metres in height. They also need to be orientated perpendicular to the campus boundary and be set back by a minimum of 25 metres. A tree belt of a minimum of 10 metres is also required. So this is the proposed layout plan. So you can see that there are 8 distinct blocks of accommodation. You've got blocks 2 to 7 here, which are set back from the boundary by 25 metres, and as you can see, they are orientated perpendicular to that boundary. You've then got block 8 here, which is a mix of 4 and 5 storeys, and that one is fully outside of Area 2. And then finally, you've got block 1 at the top here, and that building is also for a mix of 4 and 5 storeys, and I'll come on to that in a bit more detail in a moment. Officers consider that this is partially outside of Area 2. If I just flick back to the diagram, you can see that the boundaries for the different areas, they're not hard boundaries. I think that's set out in the report. So block 1 is kind of located around here, so we think that it's partially outside, partially inside the allocation area. So I'm not going to show you every elevation and every plan because there's lots in the file, but hopefully you've all had the opportunity to review the submission, but I'm just going to show you a selection. So this is block 1, which, as you can see, is split level 4 and 5 storeys. You've got the 4-storey bit here and 5-storey element here. The 5-storey element, officers are content that this is outside of Area 2, and it's some 90 to 95 metres from the eastern boundary as set out in the report. And then this is the ground floor plan. So this has most of the communal facilities for the developments. That includes lounges, study spaces, games room. I think there's a laundry area in there as well. You can't see it that well on the screen. But this is kind of the main hub of the development. And then you've got a typical floor plan, which again, you can't see that well, but this shows cluster flats. So most of the cluster flats in here are between 8 and 10 bedrooms on this floor plan. And then we've got blocks 2 and 3, which are the first 2 perpendicular blocks at the northern end of Area 2. So these are proposed to be 4 storeys in height. And a typical floor plan which shows the cluster flats with their kitchen and diners here, and then student lounge areas in the middle. And then you've got blocks 4 to 7, which are the ones towards the south of Area 2, which are kind of a townhouse style. So again, mainly 4 storeys. There are small elements of 3-storey as well, where the building steps down. And then just some typical plans. So these are kind of townhouse style flats with sort of 4 clustered bedrooms on each floor, mainly pertaining to about 12 beds per block. And then we've got block 8, which is wholly outside Area 2, and again, this is a split of 4 and 5 storeys. And then the floor plan which shows the cluster flats. And then the paddle tennis courts. So you've got 2 paddle tennis courts. You can see them on plan here. And then this is the elevation drawing here. So they will kind of be open-sided with a mesh and then canopy, so fairly typical in appearance for a paddle tennis court. And then some CGI. So these are obviously indicative. They don't form part of the plans list, but I think they're really useful in showing what the development will hopefully look like in a more realistic way that's sort of easier to see than elevation and plan drawings. So you've got block 1 here, blocks 2 to 7 along here, and then block 8 here, and you can just see the paddle tennis courts located here next to the athletics track. Then some close-up CGI. So these show quite nicely how the brick tones are intended to look to help articulate the facades. So materials are secured by way of condition, but there's kind of a mix of paler, kind of buff shaded brick and then darker brick to add a little bit of design interest. And then I've included some verified views from the RVIA. So this is viewpoint 5 as existing, taken from Bushy Norwood to the east. So this is one of the more sensitive views. And then this is year 1 at the top and year 15 at the bottom. So you can see how the vegetation, that tree belt, has started to mature. This is obviously a worst case scenario. So this is a winter view. Obviously in the summer there will be kind of more screening from the trees along that boundary. Then I was asked on site to include some longer range views. So these are of less concern. The Council's landscape officer has assessed these and isn't too concerned in terms of the longer range views. The development is quite likely to kind of assimilate into the wider university campus landscape. So this is the view from Monkton Farley to the east. So as you can see, the wire line, hopefully just in the middle here where my cursor is where the university is. So it's relatively tucked down within this viewpoint. And then this is viewpoint 13 as existing. So this is taken from the existing bridleway directly adjacent to the site. And then this is the proposed development. So this is clearly one of the most impacted viewpoints. It's in very close proximity to the site, but I think it's really helpful to show this at year 15 at the bottom of the screen, where you can see that that proposed 10-metre vegetation buffer will provide some screening and, kind of more importantly, softening of the development for users of the bridleway. So a summary of the consultee comments. So as you can see, the majority of consultees have either no objection or no objection subject to conditions. The Conservation Officer set out scope for revision in their comments due to the identified harm to heritage assets. There's also an objection from the Avon and Somerset Police in terms of designing out crime. Revised plans and information were submitted to address their concerns, and they were reconsulted for comment, but no further comments were received, so this has been discussed within the report. There's also objections from the Cotswold National Landscape Conservation Board, National Trust, Public Right-of-Way Team and Sport England. Active Travel England have also stated that they're unable to support the scheme. Then third-party comments, I've summarised the main points on the screen. I won't read them out because they are in the report in a bit more detail, but to summarise, 28 third parties have objected, 5 have supported and 4 have commented more generally, and some of those people have provided multiple comments during the course of the application. So to summarise the application, the scheme will provide 926 student bed spaces on campus, which is in compliance with the Bath Spatial Strategy. This sets out that the provision of additional on-campus bed spaces will be enabled. The scheme also counts towards the council's housing supply. The ratio is 2.4 student beds to 1 standard dwelling, which equates to around 386. Given the council's lack of 5-year housing land supply, this is relevant and should be given significant weight in any balance the committee come to today. The scheme has been designed and landscaped to deliver a vibrant student place within the campus setting. There are also substantial economic benefits from the scheme, which are set out in detail in the report, and these apply to both the construction and operational phases. Biodiversity net gain on the site is far in excess of the 10% required, as you can see on the screen. In terms of harms, less than substantial harm to heritage assets on the screen have been identified, though these are considered to be outweighed by the public benefits in accordance with the NPPF. Harm has also been identified to the Cotswold National Landscape, but through revisions to the scheme, officers consider that the harms have been moderated and mitigated so far as possible, and this harm is, on balance, outweighed by the benefits of the scheme, which is set out in the planning balance section of the report. Finally, the obligations. So the university will be delivering an enhanced active travel link between Norwood Avenue and the Avenue. £850,000 has been secured towards an active travel link between the city centre and the campus. It's been agreed that this money can be spent on any part of the process for securing such a link. The location of the link has not yet been defined, so this can include optioneering and the design phase. A travel plan bond is secured, just over £420,000 towards primary healthcare to be used towards refurbishment and or expansion of GP facilities in the university catchment area is secured. A contribution to the carbon offset fund of just over £220,000, and finally an enhancement to the community garden/orchard on the campus is also to be secured through Section 106. So officer recommendation is to delegate to permit, subject to conditions, the securing of the Section 106 agreement and referral to the Secretary of State.
Thank you. Public speaker time now. I have Mark Rose. Please, you've got 3 minutes. When you start speaking.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this application that seeks permission for the development of 926 much-needed student bed spaces on the university's Clapton campus. Local Plan Policy SB19 recognises the significant benefits that the university brings to the city and region as a leading higher education provider and key employer. It seeks to facilitate the further development of the campus to support the university's continued success, whilst also responding appropriately to its sensitive setting, and it identifies the application site for the provision of student accommodation. The scheme proposals have evolved through an iterative design and assessment process that also included a pre-application consultation, a public consultation and an independent design review. The layout and appearance of the buildings have therefore been designed to provide high-quality scheme built to Passive House performance standards that minimises the potential environmental impacts whilst also maintaining the benefits that the development will realise. In accordance with Policy SB19, the accommodation blocks will be positioned 25 metres away from the boundary with Bushy Norwood, with a 10-metre wide landscape buffer. Those blocks closest to Bushy Norwood will also be limited to 4 storeys in height with no facing windows. The taller blocks are located further within the campus, close to the existing buildings. The development will also include lighting control measures and window mitigation to minimise light spill, and the extensive landscaping scheme will also provide a significant biodiversity net gain. To encourage sustainable travel, the university will implement an updated campus-wide travel plan, deliver enhancements to active travel facilities, and provide a significant financial contribution towards the delivery of a link between the campus and the city centre. Financial contributions will also be made to the local NHS Trust, the Council's carbon offsetting fund, and to fund the training and recruitment scheme. The benefits of the development are very significant, as reflected by the following quote from the university's Chief Operating Officer who joins me today. The project is a significant strategic investment in our university and in our city. The delivery of 926 bed spaces will allow the university to offer on-campus accommodation to all of our first-year students. This will provide them with the right environment to thrive and will also release space within the university's city centre accommodation for returning students, easing the pressure on HMOs and private rentals. Therefore, the development aligns with the Council's vision for Bath and will support the university as a world-leading higher education provider, maximising the significant socio-economic benefits that it brings. The university is committed to working with the Council to ensure the delivery of a high-quality scheme to the benefit of all stakeholders, and therefore we encourage the members to support the Officer's recommendation to approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I invite Councillor Stewart for his adjacent ward, Councillor, please? For 5 minutes, we start speaking.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. I would like to address the issue of safety on Claverton Down Road and how this application currently fails to deal with a clearly identified risk. You will be aware that Active Travel England are unable to support and are recommending deferral of the application. Their concern is specific: the absence of a safe crossing solution on Claverton Down Road to protect the 962 new students, particularly during evening hours. The case officer referred to some of this earlier, but the report does not provide the crossing that Active Travel England has explicitly requested. The available evidence supports their position. Recent Council's traffic surveys show that during evening free-flow conditions, when students are most likely to be walking, 98% of vehicles exceed the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit. The 85th percentile speed reaches 32 miles per hour. In addition, police data records 242 speeding offences recently at the Claverton Down Road gateway. Directing a large number of students into this corridor without physical traffic calming presents a clear safety risk. There is also evidence that the university should play a role in addressing conditions at the Claverton Down Road and Oakley Junction. Traffic counts on Widcombe Hill at Macaulay Buildings show a reduction from 4,736 vehicles per day in January to 3,076 vehicles per day in June, a decrease of 35%. While the precise distribution of that traffic is not fully known, it strongly suggests that a significant proportion is university-related. A local resident has shared these concerns with the Council's traffic management team, and this is what the officer referred to, that they have confirmed last week that the Claverton Down Road junction is suitable for inclusion in the scheme assessment and prioritisation process. And this helps explain why the Highway Authority had not yet sought contributions, as noted in the case officer's report. However, inclusion in this process also provides a clear mechanism for securing Section 106 funding through development management. And my request is therefore to defer this application and instruct officers to work with traffic management to require the applicant to fully fund the Claverton Down Road traffic calming scheme through a Section 106 agreement. This is a credible way to address Active Travel England's statutory objections and ensure the safety of future students and resolve a known hazard on the council's highway network. Thank you.
Councillor Rigby.
I was just waiting for my counter to start, but shall I start, Chair? There we go. Thank you, Chair. I agree with everything that my council colleague has just said. I just want to bring two other items to the committee's attention, and I too would ask them to think to defer so that we can get more clarity on these rather than give permission or delegate to permit today. What I'm concerned about isn't just around the campus, it's about the impact this will have on the community around the campus. Although I see that there's going to be a contribution made to primary care, it is unclear to me what that will fund. And my understanding is that people who currently are using the doctor's surgery and have been using the doctor's surgery just off North Road have been told that they will no longer be able to register there because with the number of new students coming, it will become a student-only service. I think we need clarity on that because I think that would be a very, very unfortunate thing as a result of this application. We all know how hard it is to get doctor's appointments anyway. Taking a further doctor's surgery out of the places that our full-time community can access, I think would be a very retrograde step. In terms of active travel, as we all know, we did a citizens' jury a couple of years ago, and we came up with very, very clear recommendations about what the active travel routes should be. I would like to see, before we agree this specific application, that in order to address Active Travel England's concerns, who as a statutory consultee, can I remind you, have objected, we actually have an active travel plan that takes into account all the research and all the evidence that has been collated over a significant period of time and comes forward with some actual proposals as opposed to a here's some money and we will slightly worry about the detail later. I think my most significant thing that I would like you to consider is both SB19 and B1. Taking an extract from B1, what the policy is saying that what we would want to see is that we can facilitate the growth in overall student numbers whilst avoiding growth in the student letting market. I'm going to make the math simple because I'm a simple person at heart. Let's assume it's 900 students, and let's assume that is the equivalent of 300 HMOs. If we are facilitating that growth, and as we heard from the applicant, this is going to be for first years, most of the courses, or a lot of the courses at university are 4 years, admittedly sometimes with a year out in the middle, but probably for 3 years these people are in Bath. If there is a growth in those first year numbers, which is facilitated by this application on the campus, where do they go to in years 2 and 3 or 2 and 4, depending on what kind of course they've got? Because to me, if you're saying 900 bedrooms equates to 300 HMOs, and each year there are an incremental 900 people coming out, what we're actually doing by doing this, unless we work, having deferred this, to get a condition about this not just purely being at first years. I know that the university has a obligation to find somewhere for first years to go, and I think that's a very, very admirable thing to do. But be in no doubt, if you approve this application, you are not taking pressure off HMOs in the rest of the city. In fact, you are increasing the pressure on HMOs for further years. And I think until we have some idea of how we condition it to make sure that that is not the case, because I absolutely accept that the university brings a lot to Bath and understand what they are trying to achieve by this, I do think that the application you have in front of you now is sufficiently unclear about how they're going to manage this and actually could have the law of unintended consequences. So I do ask the committee to defer, both to get more information on how it's going to impact the local community in terms of medical provision, etc., and to see how Active Travel England's very valid concerns can be addressed. And lastly, to make sure what condition can be put on that what we're not creating is an ongoing demand for yet more HMOs in the middle of town. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, questions of officers? Councillor Simon.
I think we should hear from the Transport Officer about his views on the question that's been raised about Claverton Down Road, please.
I think that relates to the question of should there be traffic calming on Claverton Down Road. Firstly, I think it's important to note that the application is reducing car parking on the application site, on the campus site as a whole. So the overall traffic impact or highway impact of the scheme should be reduced. So that has to weigh up in the discussion about whether we should be seeking funding for traffic calming schemes to mitigate impacts of speeding traffic. Secondly, the Scholars Way Eastern section, the Scholars Way Active Travel Scheme is being implemented through this year. The first western phase has been delivered, the eastern section is coming forward this summer, and that includes crossing and highway works at both Claverton Down Road and on North Road itself. So that improves the connections to the university, so that should help to mitigate the concerns about access for pedestrians, whether that be students or staff going to the university. And thirdly, again, and I think it's been discussed, we are taking a contribution towards improvements of active travel between the campus site and the city centre. Whilst it's not the whole amount, it certainly helps to kickstart that project. And then decisions have to be made whether on what route that is implemented. And the active travel master plan at the moment identifies all 3 routes from the campus site to the city centre as potential routes. And that design work needs to take place, and optioneering would have to be finalised before a complete decision is made on that route.
Thank you very much. May I have, secondly, I think it would be helpful if the case officer could outline the numbers of additional students that are forecast by the university. Because my understanding is that these 900 beds don't represent an overall increment to the numbers in the university. So if you could just remind us of the numbers in the report about the increment to university capacity.
Thank you, Councillor Simons. So, yes, this is set out on page 77 of the report. I'm just going to read an extract because I just think it's probably easiest. But so the extract would be paragraphs 5.3.65 to 5.3.72 of the planning statement set out in the university's case in respect of this. The university's analysis highlights that the intake eligible for accommodation in 24 to 25 was 5,728 students. By the 28-29 year, this is expected to increase to 6,149, and then further to 6,534 by 2033 to 2034. So as you can see, that's not an increase of 1,000 students straight away. So the report has already set out that the government has an expectation that higher education and higher education institutions will grow, and that maintaining their status quo isn't sustainable for them. So we as a council need to expect some growth of the university. But I think what those numbers show is that you're not going to be adding 1,000 students straight away into the city. There will be a redistribution of students. There are already a high number, I think it's around 1,000 first-year students who are living in the city centre because there isn't sufficient accommodation for them on the campus. So there will be some displacement, as Mark Rose has said, of those students onto the campus. Which will obviously help to free up other accommodation that the University of Bath control within the city for second, third, fourth year students for that follow-on accommodation. The point has been raised around a condition to say that, well, some of these student bed spaces must be for second and third years. I think in the first years of the development, it's unlikely to be full, so there will be some space for provision for second and third years. But I think, and the university have set this out in their follow-on letter, that actually having first years on site is really, really important. When you go to university, you're obviously stepping from that home life to a world where you're suddenly looking after yourself, and you need to be in close proximity to those support networks that are really delivered by being on the campus. So yes, these student bed spaces will eventually be for first-year students, but I think it is important to note that there will be a bit of redistribution of the housing stock that the university control. I think the other thing that's quite important to note is that actually the University of Bath, they only have a certain amount of control over where students choose to live. Even if part of this development was condition that it had to be for second and third years, they may wish to live in the city centre. The University of Bath couldn't force them to live on campus, so there's no guarantee that that would ultimately help this issue and this slight tension with the overall policy. So that would be my answer, and those are the figures. Obviously happy to give more information if you need it.
Councillor Jackson.
To some extent, Councillor Simon has covered some of the areas I wanted to ask about, and I think it's quite important to understand whether this is going to mean an incremental increase in student numbers or whether it's going to be a more satisfactory way of accommodating existing students. I was wondering, first of all, what impact these dwellings are going to have on the you can't call them halls of residence, the student accommodation down on the Lower Bristol Road, because I think some of those schemes are available to University of Bath students. Secondly, am I right in thinking that the number of beds provided we can subtract from the housing numbers that we're supposed to be building under the government scheme? Thirdly, and I really would urge this as the most important condition, whether we defer this or whether we delegate to permit, and that's the bus service. It happened to me 2 weeks ago that I jumped on the number 20 and I kept saying, is this bus going, there were 4 different drivers at different stages on the route. I kept asking, is this bus going to the RUH? And they said, oh yes. What they didn't tell me is that it would take an hour for it to go up to Claverton Down, come back down again, and then head off to Twerton via the RUH. Now, it's a very good idea to have a direct link between Claverton Down and the RUH and Twerton, where I guess HMOs are. But I would like to put as a condition that there must be a radical overhaul of the bus services to and from Claverton Down. The 20 goes round the back here. It's a fast one, it's a good one, but the whole system needs to be regularised. And I also take the U1 up to the U5 from time to time. They are crammed full of students. So if we could have as a condition a root and branch examination of the bus services coming to the campus. And the other thing is, when you get to the campus, clear signage of where you're meant to be going, because that's lacking at the moment, proper signage. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. So, in relation to your first question, in terms of the student accommodation on the Lower Bristol Road, my understanding is most of that is privately owned student accommodation. So the university don't have control over the privately owned accommodation. There may be nomination agreements with the university, and obviously students who go to either Bath Spa or University of Bath, or indeed any other university in the area, could live there. What I will say is our development plan does set out kind of average rent prices for accommodation, and actually accommodation in cluster flats delivered on campus and owned by the university is generally cheaper for students than private bed spaces. So there's likely to be some persuasion there for students that actually being on campus would be a more ideal and cheaper solution for them. In terms of the housing numbers, I wouldn't say that you'd be subtracting that figure from our housing requirement, but it would be a significant contribution to that overall number, around 386, I think, if my maths is correct. So that is something that, because we don't have a 5-year land supply, you do need to give significant weight to in the planning balance. Even if we did have one, it would still attract, in my view, significant weight. In terms of the bus services, I believe that discussions are ongoing between the university and the bus services in terms of making improvements to those, and that is something that will be wrapped up in the travel plan. That is obviously something that's going to be particularly important because you're adding a large number of students to the campus, and the reduction of those car parking spaces as well, but the whole point of that is to encourage people to use the bus and active travel, etc. So those conversations are ongoing. We would expect to see evidence of that within the travel plan that's secured by condition.
Councillor Gawley.
I know what was said about the healthcare and the surgery and the potential threat to the full-time residents, and I wondered if the officer could give more information about that and whether that's a potential disadvantage to the local people.
So the council don't have any control over how the NHS run the healthcare facilities at the university campus or the Pulteney Medical Practice, which is also in the catchment area. That's run by the Baines, Swindon and Wiltshire Integrated Care Board. So they essentially oversee the running of those facilities. They've indicated that the existing surgeries in the area are struggling to meet demand. And they would have insufficient space to accommodate additional staff and patients. But they've looked at the scheme and they've requested a financial contribution to essentially either refurb or extend the existing medical centre or for a new build facility. So they've asked for two different contributions to be looked at. So we've had a look at those. Obviously, the contribution for a new build facility is, I think, it's around £100,000 more. But given the campus constraints that I've been through, providing a new facility is obviously going to be quite challenging to deliver, and I would say that there's quite a lot of uncertainty there with the ability to spend that contribution. So we as the council would obviously take the money, and we would expect that the ICB, to ultimately come up with a scheme for a new facility. If they didn't do that within a certain time period, there's quite a high risk that we would be returning that money and it would remain unspent, and then there would be no mitigation. So instead, we've negotiated to take the lesser contribution, which is around £426,000, to be able to refurbish and extend the existing facility, which is more likely to be delivered. And the ICB are happy with that. They've said that in their comments. And they think that that would mitigate the impacts of the development. So in terms of them potentially making the medical practice at the campus not available for local residents, that's not something the council have in their gift to control, but hopefully that fairly hefty contribution, which is nearly £500,000, will help, to mitigate the impacts of the scheme in terms of healthcare.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Now, I apologise if the answers to my questions are in the 331 documents, but I've done my best to try and find answers. My main concern is around viability. So I've been trying to understand in more detail how we've arrived at a number of 926 and the viability around that number. There is a report, I believe, is it Litchfield that did the social economic report for this? And that seems to imply that this project will free up housing stock and potentially reverse the HMOs back to family housing. Clearly, that's not true. So have we actually tested the viability of this social economic report?
So I don't think anywhere in the officer report, officers haven't given weight to the fact that this scheme could reverse the HMOs in the city. I don't think anyone has said that that is likely to happen. Ultimately, HMOs that exist now are privately run entities by landlords who would probably only turn them back into family homes if they couldn't fill them and make money from them. So I don't think what we're saying is that the scheme will essentially reverse the number of HMOs in the city. I think what we're saying is that it hopefully won't have or cause a great impact and an influx of HMOs. I think it's quite important as well to remember that HMOs are already controlled by our policies, and in areas of an over concentration of HMOs, it's very difficult to get permission for one. And obviously, should the council wish going forward, they can consider looking at stricter controls in the city in terms of HMOs through the local plan and policy updates, if it felt like the growth of the university was becoming unsustainable. So in terms of sort of viability and reversal of HMOs, that's not something that officers have given weight to. We've simply given weight to the fact that there will be some redistribution of first years who are currently being accommodated in the city centre, and that will hopefully free up space for second and third year students. I think, we're definitely recognising that there is a challenge there. Like, ultimately, in 10, 15 years' time, there will be an increase in students which need to be accommodated in the city, but the university, without this development, they could grow in that way unrestricted anyway. There's no planning restrictions saying, well, you can only have X number of students, at your university at any one time. So I think the policy, I'm actually just going to get the wording up, if that's okay. So I don't know if we can put it back on the screen, but policy SB19J sets out that proposals for further first-year student accommodations should set out how the university expects the consequent follow-on accommodation needs to be met and how this is compatible with the overall sustainable development of the city. So in my professional judgment, I think the key part of the policy really is the second part. So it's how the development will be compatible with the overall sustainable development. So that's not through a reduction in the number of HMOs that currently exist, but part of this is through being able to accommodate students on campus where possible, which is part of our spatial strategy, but it's also how you as decision makers kind of view the scheme. So do you see the scheme as enabling the growth of the university in itself, which I would challenge because, as I've just said, the university could grow without this scheme. There's no planning cap on numbers. Or, alternatively, you're taking the view that this is helping to enable it grow more sustainably. So it is a subtle difference, but I think it's a really critical one to the decision. The university is ultimately going to grow. The government makes it clear that we should be supporting that, but it's how we help the university do that in a more sustainable way. And I think by being able to accommodate more first-year students on the campus, that is going to help free up that accommodation, that kind of knock-on effect. So in terms of the viability, it's not something we've given a huge amount of weight to in terms of reduction of HMOs, but hopefully, in a roundabout way, that's answered your question.
Now, but you've just mentioned in the report that there is a requirement for the university to demonstrate the ongoing supply of accommodation, not just the first year. And the report, the social economic report assessment in here, is flawed because it doesn't demonstrate that. It actually tries to paint a picture whereby HMOs will remain static or even become even reduced. Have we taken any account in this for the amount of unused capacity in the existing student accommodation in the city? Because I understand that there's quite a significant amount of unused capacity at the moment.
So, again, I would just point your attention to the wording of the policy. So the policy requires the university to set out how they expect the consequent follow-on accommodation needs to be met. It doesn't say they must demonstrate that every single student needs to be accommodated within their own accommodation in second and third year. So I think that is quite important to note as well. In terms of that report saying it's flawed, I haven't given that any weight in my decision-making in terms of HMOs being reduced, etc. In terms of accommodation in the city centre that's not being used, I don't know if that accommodation is within the University of Bath's control. Obviously, they don't have control over the private HMO stock. They don't have control over the private purpose-built student accommodation stock either. And also, you know, as I've said before, they can't dictate where students, second and third years, and indeed first years, choose to live. So there is an element of choice there where students want to live. But I think, you know, obviously by providing a really good place on campus that's well supported, well priced, generally cheaper than that private accommodation that would be offered in the city centre, that really is going to persuade those first year students to be on campus. So it is a difficult thing to reconcile, Sean, and I'm absolutely not disagreeing with you, that it is something really tricky. But I think the university have submitted a lot of information to set out how they expect that follow-on need to be met and how the scheme is compatible with the overall sustainable development of the city as per the policy. But obviously that's the conclusion that you as decision makers need to come to.
Councillor Leach.
There we are. Right. Thank you, Chair. I have a fairly fundamental concern about the principle of placing a car park that will be used at night time right adjacent to a bat corridor, which both the university and the local council have a statutory duty to protect. So I have a number of questions around how the bat corridor will be protected from the light from that car park. So the first one is, could you please confirm that all of the fixed pillar lighting that's there at the moment will be replaced, and then spell out the controls on the replacement lighting and on the maximum illumination levels acceptable at the boundary with Bushy Norwood?
Yeah, so as you've said, there is obviously the East car park there as existing, and that will change, but there will still be a car park in this corner. I've just got it up on the site plan so that everybody knows which bit we're talking about, up here at the north of the site. So the lighting proposed in the car park is shown on the lighting plan, which I unfortunately don't have, but there are 12 lights proposed within the car park. These are 6-metre high lighting columns. Those which are closest to the boundary have rear shields on them. So there are like 6 in this middle bit here and then 6 around the perimeter. So the required lux levels along the eastern boundary are 0.4 on the vertical plane and 0.2 on the horizontal plane. So these are the lux levels required along that tree line here, which is obviously used as the foraging and the commuting corridor for the bats. So the lux levels across the development comply with this as a whole, with the exception of the southeast corner of the car park. So that is this bit here, where the lux levels are slightly in exceedance of this for approximately a 25-metre stretch, with some of the areas, so not all of it is above, but there's fluctuations in that light level, and some of them are above that 0.4 on the vertical plane. So they're only slightly above, with a maximum of 0.46, I think, along that boundary. So in the first instance, we discussed this with the lighting engineer. So there's no scope to relocate the lamp in this corner, largely because it's required for the CCTV. Obviously, you know, we've got a very sensitive location here in terms of lighting. We've had to strike a really sensitive balance between making sure the development is safe for students, but also that it's suitable for the bats. And that's been something that, you know, has really been worked into the design process. So we don't want to move the lamp because we obviously want the CCTV to be operational in that location. So we've had to look at mitigation options. So this includes the colour temperature for the car park lamps. So the ones along this boundary will be, I can't remember the exact level, but it essentially is like a very low, ultra-warm, kind of amber appearing colour, which is less harmful for bats.
It's 1750 Kelvin.
Thank you, that's very helpful. And there's also going to be a centrally controlled dimming regime as well. There's also been talk about the potential of putting fencing along here if that's deemed necessary. So we will be looking at that as part of the overall lighting strategy. So although there's a slight exceedance in the lux levels, the mitigation measures, which are all secured by condition, have been looked at by Natural England, are considered to be okay in this location, and aren't considered to result in significant harm to bats. So our own ecologist is happy with that, and Natural England haven't objected and support those conclusions.
Right, so if I might say, 0.46 lux, for those who don't know what that means, is about 10 times the brightness of a normal British full moon. So it's not as if that is a natural level. It exceeds natural levels. Could I ask, there's a 10-metre planting that will be going along between the accommodation blocks and the bridleway. Does that extend northwest, so it's between the car park and the bridleway, or does it stop short of that?
So the buffer along this section, I think this is set out in the report, is not 10 metres wide. I can't remember the exact width of it off the top of my head. I don't have that information in front of me. So there is a slight non-compliance with the policy there. But the report does address that this is an existing situation. There is already a lit car park in this location. The lighting at the car park is considered by the council to be lawful, so this is already an existing situation, and it's not considered that the proposals would be worsening this. And obviously we would have more control over the lighting there. We don't have really any control over the lighting that's there now. It's lawful, whereas this kind of new lighting would obviously be controlled by these measures that we've secured by condition. So that is something to consider. Again, as I would say, Natural England themselves have no objection on the grounds of bats and ecology to this. So the council don't have any evidence to say that this would be harmful to the point that we could refuse the development on this basis. Right,
so if I might point out and say it's not 10 metres of planting all the way along, the existing planting between the car park and Bushy Norwood. There are places where it's only 1 metre in depth. There are many places where it's not the full 10 metres. I mean, yes, the existing lighting, this new proposal will be no worse, but the existing lighting, though it might be lawful from a planning point of view, it's lawful only because the lighting was built outside of, without any permission, and then allowed to stand there for a sufficiently long period of time that it became lawful. It might be lawful from a planning point of view, but it's not lawful from an environmental point of view, because it does and can be demonstrated to cause harm to the back corridor. So we already have harm to the back corridor. I don't think that should be the baseline against which we are measuring the current
By point of order, Chair, are we on questions now?
Sorry. So, I'll save that, if I may, till... I have one further question, which is, you mentioned the possibility of having fencing on the car park. Could you expand on that, please? Because we have a car park where, if it's used at night time, car headlights will sweep very brightly and very white through the back corridor. So what shielding is proposed, please, to protect the corridor from car headlights?
So I'm just going to go back on the unlawful from an environmental point of view point. And I don't know if Simon or Chris want to come in a moment, but I don't think that we can say it's unlawful from an environmental perspective. We're not taking it as a baseline as such. We've got, and Natural England guidance is really clear, it has the lux levels that a development needs to achieve. So I'm saying that there is an existing situation, and from a planning perspective, they are lawful. The council would have absolutely no way of saying you must take those lights down. They're lawful in planning terms. That is the existing situation. But in terms of using that as a baseline, that's not what the ecologists have done. The ecologists have taken that 0.2 and 0.4 lux levels that they're saying are the acceptable levels for lighting. There's a slight exceedance, which they've said has been successfully mitigated. So to say it's unlawful in environmental terms, I don't think is correct. I think we shouldn't be using that terminology. In terms of the fencing, the proposal is potentially to put a bit of kind of, I guess, closed border fencing in this corner here, which we can obviously look at on the landscaping plan condition. And that would be to help block that slight area of exceedance onto the vegetation. In terms of the car headlights, yes, there will be car headlights that go into that car park, but movements of headlights are transient. It's very unlikely that there would be a high number of people sitting in the car park for a significant period of time with their headlights on, given the way the car park is already used. So again, that's not something that the ecologists or Natural England have raised in terms of concern to bats. I don't know if Chris or Simon wants to come in at all on that.
I think the case officer's pretty much covered it. We're here to make a planning decision. There may be other regimes about environmental law, but we're not aware that it would be considered unlawful under any other regime. And as I said, as the case officer said, it's not relevant for your decision today.
Okay, Councillor Horsfall.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to go back to the active travel issue and the enhanced active travel. I want to be clear in my head as to exactly what the strategy is for this. Obviously, the two ward members who've spoken have raised concern about off-site implications. Am I right in understanding that we will be taking a contribution, but we don't actually know what we're going to be spending it on? And is it the best practice to take that money and be reactive to whatever may happen, rather than be proactive and plan now what off-site works need to be done based on existing modelling?
So, yes, in short, there is some risk in taking that contribution, which the council have, we have assessed as the local planning authority. Ultimately, there's no active travel scheme on the table at the moment between the campus and the city centre. There have, as my understanding, there have been active travel schemes looked at in the past. None of them have kind of ever got off the ground to a significant extent, and there are obviously some challenges to delivering such an active travel route between the campus and the city centre, but it's clear that this is kind of the last opportunity to be able to secure funding to deliver such a route, and it is very critical to the overall success of the scheme and the travel plan of the university. What we think would, it's possible, but I think it would be unreasonable to some extent, would be to say to the university, you need to go away and you need to deliver an active travel link when, they don't have control over those roads. There'd be a lot of different highways orders they'd have to do, consultation, etc., which would ultimately cause significant delay, and there is a risk that they wouldn't be able to find an active travel route that would be suitable and would be deliverable. So there is some absorption of risk by the council. However, the amount of money is considered to be substantial, and we would be able to use that for optioneering and obviously the design stages that Dan's talked about, and there are potential routes that could be looked at. So yes, there is some risk. It's not an ideal situation, but I think because we as the council don't have a scheme on the table that we can say to the university, go away and deliver, it would be quite unreasonable for us to sort of have that as a pre-commencement obligation for them. Dan, I don't know if you've got anything further.
Yeah, just in terms of policy, I think it's important to note that the routes between the campus and the city centre are identified within the Bath Movement Strategy, which has been recently adopted. They're also within the Active Travel Master Plan for the entire authority area. And there's a priority list in the back of that document for active travel routes, and the route between the campus site and the city centre is identified as the second priority. And so you can be content that it's an area that our colleagues are currently looking at, and the scheme development is underway, but we're not at a stage where the actual sort of detail of that is on the table.
Mr. Warren?
Just going back to the transport, we heard from the ward members on Clavering Road, I believe it was, that there's no traffic calming, etc., etc., etc. Can you tell me at the moment, and we heard talk a bit of speeding as well, have there been reports of many accidents on that road?
I don't have the accident data in front of me at the moment, so I can't answer that question in the time we've got, sorry.
Okay, you've all spoken once. I've got 2 more minutes again. Can I ask you please to make your questions short and not a speech? Councillor Jackson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, on the subject of active travel, can you explain the arrangements for cycle storage, assuming the students are going to cycle? And secondly, you've talked about the medical provision. What about dental services? And thirdly, are you aware of any student accommodation being used for Airbnb?
So, in terms of cycle stores, they are shown on the site plan. I haven't pointed them out. There's some here and there's some down here, and they're kind of with the bin stores. So they are satellite cycle stores, but on the CCTV plan, it shows that they're kind of well surveilled by CCTV. So there would be sufficient bike storage for the development. Can you remind me of the second part of the question? Sorry, Eleanor.
Councillor Jackson, second part of the question, you can, please.
Thank you, sorry. So no, there's no contribution for dental provision. That hasn't been requested. Students would, I think, have to register with a private dental unless they had NHS dental generally back at home. So dental provision isn't something that we request on planning applications.
Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Chair. I have a parking question ahead with a different type of parking question. So whenever I've been up to the university, the extension, East car park extension has been full, and it was full when we were there on Monday. Under these proposals, car parking will lose something like 300 spaces. So my question is, how will the university prevent overspill car parking in adjacent residential streets?
Part of that lies within the travel plan measures that they're going to have to implement, and we're securing the travel plan. There's also reference within their submission that they're going to be looking at the parking policy, the car parking policy generally across the campus. So they'll be changing who gets allocated parking and also how the pay and display is used. So it will be part of those 2 processes which will change the parking patterns on site over time.
It's about parking off-site, where people can't find parking on-site and therefore parking adjacent residential streets off the campus.
Parking controls in the surrounding area have been established for some time, so there shouldn't be any opportunity in the very near proximity of the university campus to park on street. If those measures aren't sufficient, then that's something that will have to be reviewed over time.
If I may, Chair, sorry, I just want to come back on Councillor Jackson's point about Airbnbs, because I don't think I fully answered your question. There's nothing in the submission about providing or using this site for Airbnbs. There may be some kind of ancillary use for educational purposes during university holidays, but it wouldn't be an Airbnb situation. They wouldn't be able to use the development in that way.
Okay, this question is over now. Open the debate. Councillor Simon.
Thank you, Chair. Well, we had a very lengthy question session. We've gone into a lot of detail. I'd like to compliment the officers on an extremely analytical, well-argued report that looks at all the issues we've looked at. I'm afraid I have to disagree with my colleagues that more information is needed. I think we've got enough information to make the strategic decision here. And for me, the important parts are that it allows the university to provide on-site accommodation for their first years, which is, has been a long-standing objective of this authority. It complies with the site allocation policy and the strategic plan. We take into account the absence of a 5-year housing supply. My assessment is that it will reduce the pressure on city centre accommodation in the medium term. The harms identified have been are outweighed by the advantages and the mitigations proposed. I'm very conscious that we need to work with universities. My previous authority failed to work with the university effectively and lost its largest employer. We must work effectively with this university, and I think that the arguments put forward in the report, along with the opportunity to reflect by the officers on the points that have been made in debate in settling the final conditions, mean that we're now in a position to make a decision, and I recommend, I'm going to move that we accept the officer recommendation.
Councillor Rawley.
I'd like to echo what Councillor Simons just said. I think that it's been a decade since the last major residential development on the university, and actually seeing some of the accommodation that was put up in the early days, this looks like a huge improvement. I suspect there's more work needs to be done on some of that existing residential stuff. I think the university's success over the last decade and its growth and the benefits to the city are enormous, and I think that should be noted. I think it's going to be beneficial for students. It's going to be cheaper. I think that's really important for young people who are burdened with student debt. So I think the fact that we're providing a successful accommodation is important. And so therefore I would like to second Councillor Simons' proposal.
Okay, we're now debating delegate to approve. Councillor Warren.
Thank you, Chair. In some ways, the issue of the university being the success of it, which is that a good thing, is that a bad thing? I think for the city, it is a good thing. We're always hearing here in the chamber about the amount of students that are in the city. I was kind of hoping that this actually might reduce that, but I don't think it will. However, if the university has to grow to be sustainable, which I think it sounds like it does, I think it's a university we should all be proud of when you look at what's coming out of the university, who's coming out of the university. And if this then stops the amount of HMOs in the city growing for I mean, if there's some empty student places in the city now and the student places in the city increase in empty places, that can only be a good thing, really. It means some of the houses where you move into that, you may get a little bit back. I think you may get a little bit back into family to start with. And, yeah, I echo what the two previous speakers said and very much in support of this.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I'm afraid I come to a slightly different conclusion. So, looking at the reports and the viability, certainly I come to a different conclusion when it comes to the effect on our city and the effect on HMOs. From what I can see, this will increase the number of HMOs developed in our city. If you have 1,000 more students coming into accommodation for their first year that are then seeking HMOs for their next 2 to 3 years, it's going to put more demand on HMOs, not less. So I can't see how on earth this social economic assessment comes to a conclusion that it's likely to reduce the HMOs in the city. I'm also concerned that we have everyone from Active Travel England, Avon Somerset Police, Cotswolds National Landscape, the National Trust and Sport England all raising concerns and objections to this. So I think there is certainly that raises an area of concern. The main concerns seem to be obviously the harm to the Cotswolds National Landscape. That's certainly important. We heard from Councillor Leach the concerns about the bats, protection of the bats in the bat corridors. The sustainable transport and active travel, that currently seems to be inadequate, and I would suggest that we should be putting in the infrastructure before we start putting in the accommodation. student safety, safeguarding in terms of a park and rides, that's an area that I think needs further work and further conditions. And, of course, the pressure on our healthcare and our healthcare infrastructure. So, for all those reasons, I think this does require more work, and I'm not going to be supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Horsall.
Thank you. I'd like to echo Councillor Simon's point about the council needing to work very closely with the university, both universities. In fact, all the institutions in this city provide such large levels of employment, training and opportunities. I've seen what's happening here is a pragmatic approach. Yes, there are risks because we don't know what active travel measures are yet required. But I would like to put the emphasis on the fact that while there are concerns from, in terms of HMOs and whether that's actually going to have any impact at all, this development's not going to be built all in one go. It's going to be phased and it's going to evolve gradually. And over that process, we'll be adapting our own policies to make them fit for purpose. So obviously we are looking, hopefully, when we have a consultation to, change the HMO policy. The university has to grow to be sustainable. It does. It contributes so much to the gross value added in this city and its reputation. Whilst there are objections in terms of the harms to the national landscape, not necessarily the World Heritage Site, we've got to remember this is a 1960s campus. It's a concrete jungle. It's already having an impact, and I don't think this development is going to increase any harm to the setting of the national landscape. I was a little bit concerned when I saw the elevations. It did look a bit Soviet to me at one point, but thankfully the renderings, the visual images showing the sort of softness of the materials and the different textures, I am actually satisfied that the design approach is appropriate. It's not the University of East Anglia. It's not, the Toast Struck in Manchester. It's not going to win awards, I don't think, for its architecture, but it is a good design. So I think the other important thing is the 5-year housing land supply. This development will contribute towards that, and as Izzy has said, it'll be around 300 and odd houses, which will go significantly in contributing towards that 27,000 that we are going to have to deliver over the next 20 or so years. So I'm going to support the application.
Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Chair. I find my views closely aligned with those of Councillor Hughes. I mean, on the impact on HMOs, the only way this would not increase the pressure on HMOs is if it provided accommodation for all 4 years for the number of students expected. It's not going to do that. It's unavoidable that this will increase the demand for HMOs off campus. I can see no other way around that. I feel strongly that the principle of putting a car park next to a bat corridor where both the university and the local planning authority have a statutory obligation to protect. There's a long history going back to the development of the quads on R6, where the university has continually caused lighting harm on the bat corridor, and this will just continue that threat, so I will not be supporting the motion as put.
Councillor Jackson.
Technically, I believe the University of Bath is referred to as a plate glass university, given its age and origin, as opposed to a red brick university. And I'm afraid I think there's too much plate glass in these buildings. I appreciate they perhaps want to live up to their reputation, but I have to disagree with Councillor Halsall. I think the design could be a lot better and a lot more welcoming. It seems quite brutalistic almost, although it's not that era, but still. So I have a problem with design. Secondly, I think the point about bats is very well made by our colleagues. However, if you reduce the lighting to more bat-friendly levels, what about single women arriving in this car park? I don't actually feel it's very safe, even now, for students wandering around on their own. late at night. So that's my second problem, security versus bats. Now I've forgotten what the third one. Oh, yeah. I think Councillor Halsall makes a very good point about the question of the contributions, and I'm concerned that because there's no specific hard plan for what this money is going to be spent on, the chances are that in 3 years' time or whatever, we'll be handing it back to the developer, as has happened in all too many cases. So I would like that money nailed down into a proper plan and a proper set of improvements to the situation, because I do believe there have been a number of accidents on the Claverton Road, and you know, you want to make a judgment on hard and fast facts, but I have to say I don't think any of my objections and fellow councillors would stand up to an appeal, so I shall very reluctantly be voting for it, but I hope officers will take on board the idea that we need to nail things down. And I also think it's absolutely right that we should regard this as a three-stage increment with second year, third year, fourth year flowing through, and that more consideration should be given in this accommodation to how they might be as they grow older.
Councillor Leach, if you very briefly, please.
Yes, if I might respond to Councillor Jackson's comment about the conflict between protecting the bats and protecting people, there's a very simple solution, and that is to move the car park further in to the site so it's not adjacent to the back corridor, and then the lighting does not need to be so sensitive.
Okay, Councillor Simon, you wish to sum up?
I'm happy to move to the vote.
Okay, we're now going to vote on the Yorkshire recommendation, moved by Councillor Simon, second by Councillor Crawley. Those in favour, please. Those against?
2.
And one abstention. Sorry? Abstained, yes. We are now, that was now approved. We are now going for a 10-minute break to allow us to change over, okay? is 2 applications. Paul's not been back.
He's sitting outside.
Paul's outside still. He can't come in for this one. He's declared interest. Right. 2 applications again. A full application, Cherry Down Barn, Cherry Down Lane. A list of building is that one. These items will be taken as one, but votes will be taken separate at the end. David, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. So these planning and listed building consent applications that we're considering as items number 2 and 3 on the agenda this morning relate to Charmy Down Barn, which is on Charmy Down Lane in Upper Swainswick. The development is internal and external alterations and extension of an existing barn in connection with its conversion to a residential dwelling. And the planning application also covers reprofiling of the land to the south and east of the site, hard and soft landscaping, installation of drainage, and creation of a pond with decks. So a verbal update to start off with, just clarification to the officer's report. The statutory duty that is referenced in the officer's report in relation to furthering the purposes of the Cotswold National Landscape, it should be clarified that this refers to Section 85 of the Countryside and Rights of Way Act, which was inserted by Section 245 of the Levering Up and Regeneration Act, the LURA, in 2023. So it's the root legislation is Section 85 of the Countryside and Rights of Way Act, which was later amended by Section 245 of the LURA. So it's just a clarification that it is Section 85 of that Countryside and Rights of Way Act that we're referring to there. And the legislation there requires any decisions by an authority in England must seek to further the purpose of conserving and enhancing the natural beauty of the area of outstanding natural beauty, now known as the National Landscape. And then since the committee report was published a couple of weeks ago, we have received a further group objection from Bath Easton, Swainswick and St Catherine Parish Councils. That objection was actually dated February 2025, but it was only received by the local planning authority last week. And that is also joined by a further objection letter on behalf of a neighbour, which was circulated to committee members, and that's been added to the application file. And there was also another objection that's been forwarded to the local planning authority by Bath MP Vera Hobhouse. So those additional objections reiterate concerns that were raised in the original public consultation process, and they've been added to the application file, and the matters raised are addressed within the officer's report. So now to proceed with the presentation. Charmy Down is located nearby the village of Upper Swainswick. It is in Bathhaven North Ward. This is roughly 4.5 kilometres from Bath city centre, east of the A46 Gloucester Road dual carriageway entering the east of the city, and the site is north of Little Salisbury Hill. The site is located in the Greenbelt, and it's also within the Cotswolds National Landscape Area, formerly known as AONB. The site is not within the Bath World Heritage Site. It's roughly 1.5 kilometres outside the World Heritage Site area, but it is located within the landscape setting area of Bath, which is protected by policy NE2A. So this is an aerial image of the site, the Charmy Down farm complex, as it existed in 1999. At this stage, the land was owned by Wessex Water, and the barn and lodge were disused at this point prior to the 21st century residential development at the site. Charmy Down Farmhouse is a Grade 2 listed building. The barns and the lodge are located within the historic curtilage of the listed farmstead. There's a series of agricultural barns and shelters, which you can see to the north and the east of the historic barn, and these have now been demolished. So this is an aerial image of the site as it was in 2025, so more recently. You can see that the area surrounding the barn has had those historic agricultural barns and structures removed. You can see that the lodge itself there to the north of the barn has been completed. The works to rebuild that as a dwelling have been completed in this aerial image. And then you can also see that the works on the barn itself are underway, and you can see the impact of the construction works on the landscape surrounding the barn. So a bit of history. The site has quite a long and varied planning history with permission for residential development dating back to 2002. The main planning permission which is relevant is the September 2013 planning permission. This application gave planning permission for internal and external alterations to facilitate conversion of the barn to a 5-bedroom house, and also alteration and reinstatement of the lodge to become a 3-bedroom house, as well as retention of a garage block and some works to the former pigsties and stables. So this application was considered by the Council's Planning Committee in April 2013. The officer's recommendation for this planning application was that it should be refused. However, this recommendation was overturned by the Council's Planning Committee, and the applications for planning permission and listed building consent were subsequently granted by the Council. This planning permission was subject to a legal agreement given by the owner of the land, which was to bind the lodge and the barn. It was completed, but it was completed with the wrong owner's information, and as such that legal agreement has been established to be non-binding. The 2013 planning permission has been implemented, and the works to the lodge are complete, and the works on the barn are in progress. In 2020, the Council received an enforcement complaint that works on the barn had deviated from the 2013 permission. An enforcement investigation led to the current application to regularise the unauthorised development, obtain planning permission for some remedial works, and also to seek planning permission for some further proposed changes on the 2013 scheme. So to just show you the detail of the 2013 permission, in terms of as far as it related to the barn, the application permitted conversion of the barn to a 5-bedroom house. There is a variety of kitchen, living, dining areas and utility spaces at ground floor level within the building. There was permission granted for a part subterranean extension to the barn in the northeast corner of the site that links the historic barn and the piggery and studio to the east side of the site. I'll clarify where these are shortly. The upper floor of the barn contained 5 bedrooms, also contained 4 bathrooms, and then there is a proposal for a mezzanine gallery with spiral staircase to be added within the threshing barn. This is the landscaping plan that accompanied the 2013 permission. You can see that there is boundary walls lining the perimeter of the site. There was also a proposal for a swimming pool to be added in front of the former piggeries and studio, as well as a series of terraces to be added into the rear of the barn. So these are some site photos which were taken upon visiting the site in April 2022, obviously prior to submission of the current planning application. you can observe that there's groundworks spanning to the south of the barns visible. Significant quantities of spoil and limestone have been excavated and dumped on the field to the south of the barn. This a further photo where you can see the piggeries to the right-hand side of the image. The 2013 permission kept the majority of the piggery block open across its frontage, reflective of its former agricultural character. You can see the round stone columns, which are a distinctive feature of this building, have been restored and retained. The blockwork wall that has been added behind the stone pillars is unauthorised and was not included in the 2013 permission, which only covered over 6 of the bays. This is another image of part of the barns, which is the long barn. You can see the distinctive arched openings in this frontage, which are notably very decorative for a historic agricultural barn. So this is the rear, the north side of the barn. You can see that there's a change in levels across the site, with the front of the barn being at lower level and the rear of the barn being at higher level. In the 2013 permission included addition of a retaining wall at the rear wall of the barn to protect the historic rear wall and form a stone culvert for drainage. In 2016, a further permission was given to enable access and structural repairs to be undertaken to the rear wall of the barn. That permission, there's a degree of uncertainty over the scale of the structure that was permitted in 2016. However, there was no access to the space that was permitted in 2016, so it wasn't a habitable space. But as built, a subterranean extension has been added to the rear of the barn in this location. Due to the rising topography, the extension is largely underground and is no longer visible. However, there are 3 openings that have been created in the rear wall of the barn, which are underground, and the entirety of these works are unauthorised. So this is another image looking at the rear wall of the barn, where you can see the extension that has been added to the right-hand side of the image. The extension that is on the left-hand side of the image below the gable, that was included in the 2013 permission. However, it's been built larger than was permitted in 2013. So this is the interior of the barn. This space is proposed to be the kitchen for the dwelling. You can see that the wall on the right-hand side of the kitchen has been overclad with brick. We're unclear if this wall has been completely reconstructed or if it's just been overclad. But certainly that brickwork has been added in at some stage and was not included in the previous 2013 application. There's also the openings that have been created, so you can see that opening to the right-hand side. That has been added also without authorisation. So that's a closer image here of the opening that has been added in the rear wall of the barn, providing access to the underground extension. This room is also proposed to be part of the kitchen, a sort of inner kitchen space, but there is a variety of other uses proposed on either side of this. This is another section of the underground extension. This room is partially complete, but is proposed to be used as a home cinema room. This is another image of the subterranean extension, and this room within the extension is proposed to be used as a games room. This is the interior of the threshing barn. This is the earliest part of the building, and you can see that the original historic roof has been restored and retained, and it's also been structured with structural steelwork added. The mezzanine gallery with spiral staircase that was part of the 2013 permission has not been installed in the threshing barn. There has been, on the right-hand side of this image at ground floor level, you can see an opening that has been created for proposed doors in the right-hand wall of the threshing barn. This opening for doors in this position also does not have planning permission at this point. There's another image looking at the retained and restored roof structure within the long barn space. So this is an image of the groundworks and reprofiling that has occurred on land to the south of the barn. These groundworks constitute an engineering operation, and this was not permitted in the 2013 consent. Therefore, these works have been undertaken without consent also. So the current applications that we're considering this morning, the planning permission and listed building consent applications, are for internal and external alterations to the barn to facilitate its conversion to a dwelling. This application is partially retrospective, stemming from the enforcement investigation following the works deviating from the earlier consent. The key changes from the 2013 permission are summarised as being an increase in bedrooms from a 5-bedroom house to a 6-bedroom house. There's an addition of around 140 square metres of floor space, which is largely within that subterranean underground rear extension at the rear of the barn. There are the revisions to the studio in the former piggeries. There's an additional bedroom and a gym space being created in the piggeries. There are some changes to glazing and doors proposed in the barn. There is also proposals to render over the brickwork that has been introduced within the kitchen area, so that brickwork would be covered with a lime render. There is also proposals to block up the door opening that had been created in the threshing barn without consent, so that would be filled in with stonework to match adjacent, and a slot window would be reinstated in that position. The application also proposes reprofiling of the land to the south of the barn. This would be spread more evenly and reseeded with St. Catherine meadow grass mixture. The application is also accompanied by a redesigned landscaping scheme around the barn complex. The swimming pool that was previously included in the 2013 permission has been removed, and a natural pond is introduced on the site. So this is the ground floor plan of the current application. The most significant aspect to highlight is the extension which has been added at the rear of the barn. So you can see the thicker line in the centre of the plan, running horizontally across that. That's the original rear wall of the barn. And you can see that the extension projects beyond that original rear wall at ground floor level, providing a series of rooms and spaces below ground level at the rear of the barn. To the right-hand side of the plan, you've got the former piggeries, and this is where the additional bedroom, the 6th bedroom, is being added in this space. In the centre of the plan, you can see that the mezzanine and the spiral staircase has been removed from the threshing barn, and the opening that had been created in that space is proposed to be blocked up with this unauthorised opening returned to a masonry wall. This is the proposed south elevation of the long barn. It's proposed to change some of the windows and doors that are proposed to be installed in this elevation. This allows for, there are proposals to introduce metal crystal style doors in these arched openings instead of the previously approved oak framed fenestrations. which will allow for slimmer profile frames and preserve the character of these arched openings. So this is the piggery as proposed under the current application. There's 3 bays have been preserved open, and floor-to-ceiling glazing is proposed across another 3 bays to maintain the open character of the piggery. The walls that are being introduced will be clad with oak horizontal boards. In relation to the reprofiling work, this section across the field illustrates the blue line on the plan is the original ground line. So this has been taken from previous applications and understanding of the topography as it existed prior to the works taking place at the site. The existing ground profile as it exists, as it's been engineered to lie, is the dotted brown line, and then there's a solid grey line, which is what this application seeks to restore or proposes to restore the profile of the hill to the south of the barn to follow. So you can see from that image that currently the levels are a lot higher and quite unnatural with several crests in them. The proposals will iron out those crests following a sort of more gentle tapering profile, albeit the level still remains above the level of the pre-existing original ground level. And this is a section slightly further east on the same field demonstrating the reprofiling works in this area. There's a shallow pond that's proposed to be introduced in this area, and you can see the same diagram demonstrating how the proposals will sort of provide a more gentle tapering landscape down the hill. This is the proposed landscaping plan that's been submitted with the current application. The previous landscaping proposals were very formal and suburban in their character. They included boundary walls, and a swimming pool was introduced on front of those historic piggeries. So those features have been removed from the current landscaping scheme. The landscaping scheme now includes more sensitive rural landscape features such as timber post and wire fencing, and proposals for planting of native grass, hedges and woodland planting, including 29 trees, which will in time appear more harmonious with the local landscape than the 2013 landscaping scheme would have. So this application has been referred to the Council Planning Committee today by Bathhaven North Ward Councillor Sarah Warren. There are also objections from the parish councils, which I mentioned earlier. The application has received a high level of public objection. There's a total of 124 objections to this application, and there are only 11 comments in support. So just to summarise some of the grounds, obviously a full list of objections is available or is provided within the officer's report, and the full objections are available on the application file. But the main concerns are that the fact that the development exceeds the scope of the previous permissions, and the applicant's sort of poor regard for compliance with the planning process. There's a feeling that the development is excessive in scale, and the additional bedrooms are symptomatic of overdevelopment. There are concerns raised over the harm that has been caused to the historic barn and its setting. People have noted that the development is clearly visible on the skyline from Bath Easton and Bathford, and this is harmful to landscape character. There's also concerns raised over the potential for the property in future to be used for a different use, not as a dwelling house, perhaps as a hotel or an Airbnb, particularly given its size and scale and the extensive facilities proposed within. Some comments in support, just to cover those. There have been some support for the application, noting that the works have retained the historic barn successfully. there is also noted that there's less building at the farm than was present in the past. I showed you that aerial image from 1999 and at the start of the presentation. There's also support, people saying that once finished, the development will look and fit in well with the area, and that there is support for the remediation proposed in this application going ahead to reverse the environmental and amenity issues that currently exist. Just to improve members of the committee's understanding of the landscape context, I've provided some images from the landscape visual impact assessment. So I'll start with some images from further away and I'll work towards the site. So this image is taken from Browns Folly, which is in Bathford. So we are east of the site, looking northwest towards Charmy Down, which is identified by the arrow on this image. So in this image you can see it's fairly difficult to make out the site in this long-range view. This is another image, again one of the more long-range images. This one is from the eastern side of the St Catherine Valley, east of Bath Easton. Again, in this sort of long-range view, it's fairly difficult to make out the site or clearly identify the existing buildings or the works that have been undertaken on the land surrounding the barns. So turning to some mid-range views, this viewpoint is taken from the top of Little Salisbury Hill, which is adjacent to the south of the site. So we're looking north towards Charmy Down from the top of Little Salisbury Hill. You can see part of the site, albeit there is some screening as a result of woodland. It's possible to see the disturbed ground that has been reprofiled to the eastern side of the site, so the right-hand side of the image. This is just another mid-range view from a little bit further down Little Salisbury Hill on one of the public rights-of-way that run up the north side of the hill. So we're looking north towards the site. We can see the disturbed ground is visible to the east of the barn, so the right-hand side of the image in this view. So this is a nearer range view. So this is on the public footpath, which climbs the hill up to Charmy Down Barn. So we're at the bottom of the hill, looking up towards the site. In this particular view, due to the steeply sloping field, the disturbed ground and much of the site is not actually visible in this near range view, albeit that changes as you progress up the hill. So this is progressing up the hill to the south of the site. You can see the barns have come into view on the left-hand side of the image, and the disturbed ground profile can be made out in the centre of this image, rising above the crest of the hill. So that's a sort of unnatural ground profile that has been introduced in that area. So this is closer to the barns still, so we're nearing the top of the hill, so we've almost arrived at the barns here. The disturbed ground is clearly visible kind of in the foreground, right in the centre of this viewpoint. This profile in this view is entirely unnatural and is engineered, albeit it has grown over with grass. But this isn't what the natural landscape would appear like in this view. So these are some of the proposed views from the Landscape Visual Impact Assessment. So they've undertaken an exercise where they illustrate the existing ground profile, which is shown by the orange line running down the hill. Then the blue line at the bottom shows the original ground profile, roughly what it would have been. So you can see that big difference that the engineering works have caused. The white dotted line running between these two lines is the proposed ground profile line. So you can see in this particular view that the proposals will reprofile the ground to arrive somewhere in between the original and the existing levels. and those artificial crests that have been created, the sort of terraces, will be smoothed out across a longer profile to be closer to the more natural landform. So this is, again, looking up the hill, the same view that we were looking at shortly previously. The same exercise with the existing ground profile highlighted in orange, the original in blue, and the white dotted line being the proposed ground level. In this particular view, you can see that actually the proposed ground profile will be returned to something that is very close to the original level in this viewpoint. And this is the final proposed visual. Again, you can really see how much things have changed in this image. The orange line showing what the ground is presently like rises a lot above the viewpoint and actually off the photo. The blue line is the original ground profile, and the white dotted line is the proposed ground profile, which follows that original ground profile. So these works will reprofile the topography to be much closer to the pre-existing level. And then following these reprofiling works, the field would be reseeded with the St. Catherine Valley grass mix, which is a local grass seed mix, and that would be secured by planning condition as well as a maintenance regime. The Council's landscape advisor agrees that the conclusions of the LVIA are reasonable and that the current adverse landscape and visual effects that have been caused at the site could be mitigated to an acceptable degree by a combination of proposed reprofiling and the soft landscaping proposals. So the officer's recommendation that's presented in the reports for both the planning application is recommended to be permitted, and the listed building consent application is recommended to be given consent subject to conditions. This recommendation has been arrived at after a process spanning several years involving stop to works on site, numerous changes to the plans and supply of further evidence by the applicant, as well as multiple rounds of consultation with professional experts within the Council. The applications are not without harm, and this cannot be entirely erased given the breaches of planning control that have occurred. However, the applications are found by officers to provide a pragmatic solution to the harm that has been caused. The harm will be reduced through reversal of certain works, and there are enhancements in other areas which are found to outweigh the harm that has been caused. A series of conditions are recommended on both permissions to secure detailed strategies for implementation of the development, detailed design and maintenance to provide an updated scheme that can be followed by the applicant. The local planning authority is confident that these updated conditions are enforceable if needed, and they provide a robust framework for the development to be delivered without causing further harm to the environment, heritage or amenity. That concludes the officer's presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, David. Now down to public speakers. Remind you when you speak into the full application and the list of building applications at the same time. The first person I've got is Tom Jackson. Tom, you've got 6 minutes until you start speaking. Can you come down to the front, please? Are you ready?
Thanks very much. So, as parishes, we represent the first tier of local government, acting as the eyes, ears and voice of the communities which we serve. It's a crucial bridge between local people and the unitary authority of Bath and North East Somerset Council. Since 2008, in excess of 18 years, we, the chairs of the 3 parishes, St Catherine, Bath East and Swainswick, surrounding Charmy Down area, have responded with growing concern to the continuing number of planning applications associated with developments at Charmy Down Barns. It is most unusual in our experience for a development to span such a lengthy period of time, marked by frequent applications, often retrospective consent, and where the end product is without clarity, either in terms of purpose or timescale. This gives rise to cautious distrust that gaming the planning system is in play. Along with the number of objections, 124 out of 135 total responses, and those of the national and local conservation and environmental bodies. Our concern has not been lessened by the prolonged deferment of decision-making by the Council regarding the current planning application, made originally in February 2023. There appear to have been significant and repeated breaches of planning policy and other irregularities which would normally not be tolerated by a planning authority. An approach to build first and seek permission later should never be acceptable, setting an insupportable precedent and calling into question the integrity of the planning system in terms of how the rules are applied equally and fairly to all. At their respective meetings, our three parishes have written jointly, expressing surprise and consternation at the lack of enforcement action against the developments at Charley Down Barnes, where work is continued in the absence of planning permission and the contravention of planning regulations. Our concern here is that absence of appropriate and timely action not only risks compromising local democracy and accountability, but calls into question the propriety and adequacy with which planning responsibilities are discharged. Charley Down is a remote, unspoilt location within the Cotswold National Landscape, which is enjoyed by residents of all three parishes. Each is strongly opposed to the obvious overdevelopment that has happened on the site, compromising both the protected nature of the building and surrounding landscape, and representing an eyesore visible from notable local landmarks on the Bath skyline and across the St Catherine Valley. Against the background of objections and clear lack of support with the many planning breaches, absence of universal undertakings made in 2008 and 2013, and significant harm identified by the Council's Conservation Officer, we are taken aback to find the Planning Officer recommended approval for this application. To assess that, public benefits outweigh the harm caused throughout the duration of the general site development as a whole requires a wider consideration of the impact on public access to the surrounding area, with ongoing challenges to remove rights of way, including a current appeal against the Council's DMMO decision, visual impact and habitat loss. In conclusion, we have been resolute and consistent in our concern and opposition to the increasing scale and scope of this development over many years. We remain concerned there is a future unstated commercial aspect, given the applicant's business activity and the layout of the existing plans, which do not match the original application for a 5-bedroom private residential dwelling. We therefore urge the Council to implement appropriate checks and balances to address the overdevelopments that have taken place, to closely regulate and monitor any further authorised development and increase the effectiveness of any required enforcement action.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you very much.
Now, Alan Pearce and Jane Spalding. You have 6 minutes for time to start speaking.
Good afternoon, councillors. I strongly object to these applications and request that you refuse them both and take enforcement action. I'm a planning consultant with over 30 years' experience. I've worked on many heritage sites, in sensitive landscapes and in Greenbelt, Freshford Mill and Hope House being examples. And I've acted as expert witness countless times and acted for the court on negligence claims. I therefore feel well qualified to make the following observations. Our clients who reside at Charley Down Farmhouse brought the planning breaches to your officer's attention in 2021, which was confirmed as 4 breaches by the Council in August 2021, namely the reprofiling of the land by 1.5 metres, studio and piggery alterations without consent, residential extensions to the rear lower level, and creation of an access track which has not been mentioned. Our client, frankly, feels let down by the Council. We believe the developer has contravened 4 criminal acts against legislation in the form of the Listed Building and Conservation Act, the Wildlife and Countryside Act, the Forestry Act, and the Highways Act for unauthorised and damaging work to the listed building and setting, dumping of rubble on landscape and ecologically sensitive land, felling trees in the SNCI, and blocking access to the public footpath. Pierce Planning is pro-development and do not take on objection work often or lightly. However, with officers recommending these applications, we believe there could be a serious planning injustice for our clients and Bath as a whole, so we felt compelled to represent them. We failed to keep our 9-page letter to you all succinct, given the extent of the planning breaches and the timelines involved. We included a summary, and in the interest of brevity, I have focused all our time today on those areas and the flawed officer report. Number one, the principle of the development has not been considered under Planning Policy RE6, criteria 2, 3 and 7. That is a fundamental policy. Number two, a legal investigation of the 2013 permission's validity is necessary, given the UU was not tied correctly to the applicant. This is open to a challenge in our view, as it was needed to make the development acceptable. The absence of a new agreement is flawed and effectively grants consent for a new separate dwelling in a sensitive, isolated area. Number three, heritage. The scale of the barn and the ancillary lodge and unauthorised extensions is substantial and has caused significant heritage harm. Policy HE1 conflict and Section 66 of the Planning Listed Building Act, where the LPA has a duty to have a special regard. There is no justification for not seeking approval first before commencing works. The public benefits are extremely limited and the mitigation is poor. The harm versus benefits test therefore fails, with benefits predominantly just for the owner. Number four, Greenbelt. Proposals do not accord with policy GB3. The scale of the property is disproportionate to the use. It's greater than the SPD 33%. Substantial weight is to be given to any harm to the Greenbelt in paragraph 153 and 54 of the MPPF. Number five, amenity. The works are harmful to residential amenity and highway safety based on the scale of the accommodation created, future occupation and the use of the access lane. The potential use of this huge property will harm the peaceful enjoyment of our client's home. Six, highways. The highway response has been considered based on incorrect information. The proposals do increase bedroom numbers from 5 to 6. There is also a 140 square metre extension, which is equivalent to a 4-bedroomed house. Without the legal agreement, there will also be an increase in dwelling numbers with the lodge. So there will be a 5-bed ancillary lodge, 15 bedrooms, 30 people. 7. Landscape. Policy NE2. Paragraph 189 of the MPPF. Great weight should be given to conserving and enhancing the landscape. National landscape has been damaged and requires enforcement action to send a clear message. There is missing information on mitigation to assess if the landscape impacts will be acceptable in this beautiful and sensitive area. Number 8, ecology. Conflicts with policy NE3. Ecological harm has been caused by the dumping of unknown material on the sensitive landscape setting, an ecological receptor site, without approval. Survey work is out of date, and changes made on-site require full consideration in advance of any decision, including building surveys for bats, which are known roosts, and reptile survey. Number 9, concerns over the feasibility of locating the pond in proximity to protected trees and damaging the roots, therefore. That requires survey and justification in advance of any decision. Number 10, concerns on the delivery of the footpath and the historic blocking of the route, which all needs clarification, and that is a reduction in public benefit in our view. And number 11, grave concerns over the future use of the building and the developer's track record of non-compliance with planning law. We would respectfully request that you refuse these applications and take enforcement action. At the very least, you need to be fully satisfied all necessary information is available on the history of the works, the legal position with the previous consent, and the scale, nature and use of the proposed development, implemented without permission, or you should defer to avoid any potential legal challenge. To approve these today would send out the wrong message to developers. Develop first and ask for forgiveness later. Thank you.
Thank you. I've now got Hannah Spence and Mark Watson, please. you have 6 minutes between you when you start speaking.
My name is Hannah Spence. I'm a town planner speaking on behalf of the applicant today. The applications before you will, if granted, enable the completion of the long-standing restoration of these curtilage-listed barns. These barns were, until recently, on Historic England's Building at Risk register. The proposal is for alterations to an existing barn conversion. Permission for the barn conversion was first granted in 2002, again in 2010 and again in 2013, and subsequently implemented in 2014. Therefore, the principle of a residential dwelling on the site has long been established. The current applications are part retrospective. They seek to regularise works that have been undertaken, addressing elements that were inadvertently deviated from these previous consents. This has resulted in all works being paused on site since 2022. It is clear, however, and recognised by officers, that the conversion work to date has been carried out to a very high standard in terms of design, materials and craftsmanship. The applications before you are the result of constructive and collaborative discussions with your officers over a number of years. On heritage, one of the key issues relates to the subterranean rear extension, a structure that was permitted in this location in 2016. The deepening of the trench was necessary to address the dangerous state of the retaining wall, which posed a real structural risk to the barn. With regards to landscape matters, following in-depth discussion with your officers, all concerns have now been addressed. The redesigned landscaping scheme is confirmed by officers to be a significant improvement to the previous consents. The proposed landscaping better responds to the rural context, including the creation of a natural wildlife pond, over 200 metres of new hedgerow, a new woodland area and a wildflower meadow. The Council's ecologist and Natural England also raised no objection, recognising the biodiversity benefits of this scheme, delivering a biodiversity net gain of over 100%. Similarly, officers conclude that the proposals are not inappropriate in terms of openness or function of the surrounding greenbelt. In conclusion, officers have carefully assessed this application and reached a recommendation to approve, noting that granting permission will enable the completion of this restoration project. It will resolve the currently unfinished appearance of the site and deliver a significantly improved scheme in terms of detailed design, landscaping and biodiversity, ultimately securing a future for these historic buildings. We therefore ask that you follow your officer's recommendation and allow these applications. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Is it on?
It is, yeah.
I'm Mark Watson, Principal Architect and Director of Watson Bertram Fell, long-established architects based in the centre of Bath. I've personally been involved with Charmy Down for 20 years, ever since it was acquired by my client, Lindsay Cooper, who set up Dormy Holdings, the name of the application, as a trust for his family. The site originally had a then current permission for conversion, positioning the garages in the art section, where the kitchen is now proposed. Since then, the plan has evolved and improved through several iterations, making use of the splendid arched area as the kitchen and utilising the subsequent permitted 3-metre wide corridor, where the original culvert was running the full length of the barn, to take all the back-of-house services, plant room, utility and laundry rooms, wine cellars, etc., thus leaving and uncluttering the wonderful and dramatic original areas of the barn which you saw on your visit. And you may well also have noticed the outstanding quality of the workmanship. Our proposal for the landscaping has also evolved from the permitted permission of 2012 of hard landscaped terraces, outdoor swimming pool, to a much softer and more natural approach to the wildlife pond and meadow grass, which will be sown as soon as the spoil heaps have been levelled out. To sum up, it is my greatest desire after all these years to complete the works to this magnificent barn and landscape, removing all the detritus and Harris fencing, etc., and let it sit once more comfortably in the natural landscape. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Sarah Warren, you've now got 10 minutes. You start speaking.
So, like my residents, I strongly object to these plans. As you know, I don't often come to this committee. I don't always get that involved in planning applications, but this one feels very important. Council Leader Kevin Guy, the other ward councillor, sends his apologies, but asked me to state to you that he shares my concerns. As we've heard, this is a retrospective application. In this instance, the well-documented planning breaches to this listed structure have been egregious and have continued over many years. Yet the recommendation is rather astonishingly to permit. Undertaking works to a listed building without consent is a criminal offence, whilst undertaking works without the benefit of planning permission is a breach of planning control. Today's applications are the culmination of many years of on and off development at Charmydown Barns. For much of this time, the noise and inconvenience of construction has blighted the lives of my residents at Charmydown Farmhouse. They've also lived since at least 2021 with the uncertainty of not knowing what it was that was being constructed on their doorstep, as by that time it was apparent that the building being created was vastly larger than the permitted 5-bedroom home. As we have heard, complaints about works on site out of line with approved plans date back to 2020 and first came to my attention as ward councillor in 2021. Applications were made and then withdrawn in both 2021 and 2022 to, in quotes, regularise minor works carried out on the site. Neither of these applications contained all 4 of the reported breaches of planning control. And then we come to the current application. Let's be clear, no one could honestly call the unlawful works carried out on site in excess of the permitted plans minor. The basement has been substantially enlarged using subterranean extensions, as we've heard, under guise of the structural repairs that were permitted to the retaining wall, resulting in an increase of 140 square metres or 22% compared to the consented area. The building now includes more than 1 kitchen and enough space for up to 15 bedrooms, if you include the lodge, which is subject to a legal agreement that it must only be used as accommodation ancillary to the barn. This is no longer a 6-bedroom residential home, as suggested by the applicant, more likely a substantial event venue. These works have resulted in harm to a listed building and enlargement of a building within the Greenbelt, impact on underground heritage and impact on landscape and ecology through the unconsented movement of arisings. Unauthorised works have included reprofiling of spoil dumped on a field south of the barn, damaging landscape and wildlife, and introduction of a natural pond. There's also been a new track created by taking down part of the ancient coppice in the SNCI and removing parts of the old stone walls. The extension of the building fails to meet the requirements of Policy GB3 owing to its excessive size and would have failed to obtain planning permission if applied for before work started. I understand that there are legal question marks over whether the 2013 permission is valid, given that it was not signed by the correct parties, although it is used as the basis for the statement that this permission established the acceptability of a dwelling at this site. The harm to heritage, landscape and ecology has been significant and continues. The heritage objection to the scheme states that it does not accord with policy HE1. Harm, said to be less than substantial and outweighed by public benefit, has been caused to the listed building. However, the consented 2013 permission provided for retention of the barn with a far lesser degree of harm and for its occupation as a generous 5-bedroom home. It is completely unclear to me as ward councillor how the numerous additional rooms, unconsented rooms, now constructed provide any public benefit. In terms of landscape, the advisor states that they await receipt of satisfactory additional information on proposals for remedy of the northern part of the site. Also, the material removed to create the extended unlawful subterranean floor space, which has been relocated to the hillside below the barn, has not been tested for contamination and has then been dumped, scarring the landscape. On ecology, the proposal does not comply with policy NE3.
Although we know this is an ecologically highly sensitive site surrounded by and supporting a range of important habitats, wildlife and protected species, and supporting important and vulnerable bat roosts, significant spoil appears to have been dumped by the developer on a reptile receptor site when the area was reprofiled, with the council ecologist stating that if compliance with UK wildlife law and local policy could not be demonstrated, they would recommend that the applicant reported themselves to the relevant authorities. These would have been the police if reptiles have been killed or injured. My resident has told me that for 18 years her family has lived next to a nightmare at Charmy Down Barns. She tells me that the mysterious offshore developer has never once approached her or her neighbours to address their concerns. Instead, they have endured constant construction traffic, relentless noise and disruption. The mains water supply to their home was cut after debris were dumped on it. They were left without water for days, yet I understand there was no apology or accountability. She tells me she feels they have been lied to. I understand they were told to expect minor vibrations from repair works to an underground wall, when in reality, significant prolonged excavation was taking place to create an unlawful subterranean extension. The neighbours have been forced to watch ongoing damage to a listed building, a protected landscape, and local wildlife with no enforcement. Residents have been left frustrated and angry as they are required to follow planning rules, yet they feel this developer doesn't and appears to get away with it. Neighbours have serious concerns about future use. Whilst I appreciate this is a residential application, the increase in size with potential for 15 bedrooms raises the real risk of commercial use. I understand that Dormy Holdings Mauritius is a business that buys properties and converts them into high-end commercial venues, including one near Bath, said to be in an ideal location due to its seclusion and no noise restrictions, a different one near Bath, which has been developed by the same agent. Allowing this significant increase in accommodation to remain opens the door for large-scale commercial use, which neighbours feel would have devastating consequences on our local community in such a remote location. My resident suggests that this developer has a playbook for bypassing planning law, which she feels amounts to delay, misdirect, build first, apply later, apologise never. She asks that this committee does not condone this application and refuses it. As ward councillor, I put to you that we are investing enormous effort into developing our new local plan. Planning policy exists for a reason. If you or I, or neighbours of Charmy Down Barn, ordinary residents, want to construct so much as a front porch, we must apply first. Sometimes our application is rejected, and we have either to make changes to it until it complies or to lump it. It shouldn't be the case that just because you can afford the most expensive lawyers, planning consultants and architects, that policy simply doesn't apply to you. I understand the pressures on the planning team and on individual officers, but for as long as we retain the planning powers in Bath and North East Somerset, it is incumbent upon us to ensure that we act even-handedly in accordance with policy. Where breaches occur, whatever the difficulty of restoration, we must be seen to deal with them fairly to support our environment, our communities and local residents. I believe that a decision today to permit will send the wrong signal to landowners and developers. And given our experience to date with this developer, proposals to attach conditions do not inspire confidence. This would establish an approach that undertaking harmful, unauthorised works to a listed building in a very sensitive location prior to obtaining permissions and consents is acceptable. Not undertaking enforcement action sends a clear message to developers. Councillors, this is not the type of council that we are. Given that planning policy exists, it should be applied fairly to all developers. I ask you to reject the application.
Thank you. We are now down to councillors' questions officers. I'm going to remind you all, it's question time, not speech time. Okay, you've got to make a speech, I'll stop you. Councillor Leach, you're first.
Thank you, Chair. It seems well established that there have been multiple significant breaches, deviations and unauthorised work, including harm to a heritage building. The agent described it as inadvertent. The architect claimed to be long established, so I find it hard to accept that it is inadvertent. What explanation or justification has been offered by any of the parties to explain their actions and their disrespect for planning controls.
I don't feel that that's a question which I'm equipped to answer as a planning officer that's tasked to assess planning applications as they're submitted on behalf of the local planning authority. It's not a question that we have asked. We've just assessed the application that's been put in.
Okay. May I ask it slightly differently then? I mean, for what reason are we accepting an application for additional work rather than an application focused entirely on bringing the work, repairing the unauthorised work and reverting back to the 2013 permission?
Chris Briscoe answers this question. I think you've had.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Leach. Obviously we've heard a lot from the speakers this morning as well, quite a lot of comments about the motivations of the applicant and concerns about works that are unauthorised. I would just like to set out early in this debate that the sort of morality is not a material planning consideration in this context. We have to judge the application before us on its merits, regardless of the motives or otherwise of the applicants. So I just want to make that really clear, because we could end up spending a lot of time on something that would be ultimately potentially immaterial. I'll pass back to the case officer just to answer the question about why officers have got to a position where they're suggesting that allowing some of these unauthorised works would be preferable to taking further enforcement action requiring reversion.
I would, as much as we don't question the morality of decision makings, we do approach things, and that we always want, our decisions and conditions to be followed, and that's 100% our expectation when we grant permissions, and we're always keen to follow up wherever that is not the case. In this case, a decision was made at a certain stage that an application would be made to regularise the works that didn't benefit from planning permission, and rather than take direct enforcement action. Direct enforcement action is not off the table. It would just have to follow a decision on this planning application and a subsequent appeal, that the applicant would have rights of appeal of this planning decision. And then after that, we would have to take a decision about discretionary enforcement action at that point in time. So it's not that we have taken action. To be clear, we have taken action. We've been looking at this for a long period of time. We've put a stop to work on site for 3 to 4 years. So that has been a significant undertaking. And then also we've required submission of quite a vast amount of information, evidencing that the development can be undertaken in a way that avoids and mitigates the harm that it poses. And that's how we've arrived at the recommendation that's before the committee today.
Councillor Jackson.
Well, the officer has broadly explained how we've arrived where we are, and I'll have a few things to say when we get on to the question of whether this committee is going to give permission or not, because I'm a veteran of the 2008 decision and the 2013 one. But what I was wondering was whether it's relevant, the annual report of the Planning Department, that it seems that with one exception, the enforcement notices were, everything was negotiated, that the two sides came together and there was some accommodation, some agreement, and so it didn't proceed any further. Am I right in thinking that the context is important, and that at the end of the day, enforcement is a matter of discretion for this department or not?
Yes, so it is the case that enforcement is a discretionary matter, and we will, generally speaking, seek to resolve things positively and proactively via negotiation in the first instance. And in some cases that means removal of unauthorised works or reinstatement of things that should be reinstated. I believe in this case it's obviously there's been the submission of this application to seek to regularise some of those unauthorised works and make changes. I believe within the report, and possibly we might go into this more later, there is also the issue around the harm that might arise from attempting to reinstate some of these works, and weighing that up against the sort of position of retaining them in situ. So, yes, it is a discretionary matter. We don't jump to formal enforcement action quickly. Immediately. We will always seek to negotiate a solution first.
Councillor Gawley.
Yeah, I suppose my question is around how this could have happened with respected architects and builders and so on, that something that was built underground without permission. But my question, I suppose, is around if this came to us now as an application for the undercrofts and all the extensive extensions, would that have been passed? What would the officer's recommendation be? And by how much is the increase? I mean, we all are told that 33% in Greenbelt is what's permissible. So what does this extension represent?
In terms of answering for the scenario where somebody's proposing this without having already undertaken the works, that is not the scenario that we've assessed, and it's not the application that's on the table today. So we haven't undertaken that assessment. We're asking you to determine the application on the basis of the current situation, but the assessment would in effect be the same, in that there would be a degree of harm that would be proposed, and there would need to be consideration of whether or not that was acceptable. In the assessment that's been undertaken, it's acknowledged that the extension is moderately larger than is usually acceptable within the Greenbelt, but for a variety of reasons, not least that it's underground and it's not visible and it doesn't have a visual impact on the Greenbelt, it's been found to be acceptable in this instance.
Any further questions? Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Chair. It's been mentioned several times that there's a concern about harm that might arise by the full reversion of the unauthorised works. I mean, is that a matter for the Planning Committee? Surely that's a matter for the applicant who has caused the unauthorised work to take place. I mean, it's a matter for them and a responsibility for them to reverse without causing further heritage harm and reversing any heritage harm that has been done. So I'm not sure why that's a matter of concern for the committee.
So the council would need to, if the council refuses this application and an appeal, if the applicant exercised those rights, was dismissed, the council would have to consider what enforcement action could be taken at that time, to consider what works could be undertaken. I guess you have to have an understanding of what harm the extension has caused. The conservation officer has advised that harm has been posed to the barn in two ways. The plan form, the long linear plan form, has effectively been doubled up. So that plan form change poses harm to the long barn. And then there's also harm that's been caused by creation of new openings in the rear wall of the barn where there would not have originally been openings, and the loss of historic building fabric that has been caused by those works. So the harm to built fabric cannot be revised, in that we cannot, it's not possible now that fabric has been lost. We can't reinstate that. I guess in theory it could be possible to remove the extension. You know, I don't have the detail of that in front of me at this stage in terms of a structural report to say, you know, how viable that would be. But looking at it as, you know, a chartered town planner, I think that it would be a very challenging undertaking, and potentially one that could pose further harm to the barn, in fact, to do that. So the context in which we're considering that is with a view to what would happen in the future, you know, should the committee decide to refuse the application today. And we've had to consider that position ourselves, in that we have, you know, actively considered whether or not refusal is an option in this case. And that has led to the recommendation that's before the committee this morning.
Councillor Halsall.
Thank you, Chair. Quick question, just in terms of the heritage designation. I noticed on the report that Historic England didn't comment or won't comment. Is this because it's a curtilage building, but is the building actually listed in its own right, or is it ancillary?
Yeah, so the building is curtilage listed. It doesn't benefit from an independent listing on the National Heritage List. It only benefits from listing by virtue of being within the curtilage of another listed building.
But it is in the listing description for the main listed building.
It's not mentioned.
Okay, right. Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Jackson.
Sorry to just get down to the nitty-gritty. Would you mind awfully getting the slide up and explaining the alteration to the doorways on the front side of the barn?
Absolutely. Just 1 minute. I'm just looking, I can't see that from here. Yeah, I need to put it back on my screen, which is difficult. Right. So this is the proposed plan concerning the doors. So in the 2013 permission, the three arched doors in the centre of the elevation were permitted to have oak-framed windows sorry, is there? Do you want me to finish this question before? Yeah, okay. So they were originally permitted as oak-framed fenestrations in this area. However, this application, originally when we approached this with the applicant, they wanted to change all three of these windows to doors. They wanted them all to be crittle doors. There is issues with the horizontality of the glazing, in that the crittle frames need to introduce these horizontal elements to facilitate door handles. So it was negotiated that only the central opening would contain doors. The ones to either side are solid single panes of glass with housed within the metal frames. And overall, the conservation officer came to the view that actually there would be some benefits to this design over the previously approved timber frame option, in that it enabled the additional strength of the metal frames, enables lower profile frames in comparison to the previous oak design. So they actually said that there was some benefit to that. Does that answer your question, Councillor Jackson? Yeah.
Councillor Gawley?
All right, another couple of very quick questions. One, has there been a change of ownership since the application in 2013 went in? So we're talking about new owners, new design, new thought process?
Not that I'm aware of, no. I believe it's the same owner.
Okay. Second question. If, as has been mentioned by some of the speakers, there's a fear of it being turned into an Airbnb or a hotel or whatever, if the committee was to grant permission for a house today, would that then have to come back to Planning Commission for a change of use?
Yes, absolutely. And that is indeed, an issue that the Council's enforcement team are pursuing and have pursued in countless other cases across Bath and North East Somerset. So there's examples in Salford that the Council is taking injunctions against, properties that are being used as hen party houses and things without planning permission. So it's an issue that the Council takes seriously, and if that was to arise, we would consider enforcement action at that point in time.
Okay, I don't see any more questions coming in. The answer is open to debate. Councillor Simon, you go first.
Thank you, Chair. We've had an interesting debate and a good presentation, and it's gone into a lot of detail about the changes. The important thing is we are where we are. We have to consider this application. There isn't a presumption against retrospective applications. We have to look at the current balance of harms and mitigations and advantages. And taking account of that, I think that the best way to keep this stunning barn in active use and to present it both in the long view and in the short view when people walk along the footpath is to allow these changes to proceed to completion and to grant the permissions that are proposed. I recognise that there's been some pretty egregious breaches of planning control, but it seems to me that the penalty that they've paid is 4 years delay in proceeding on site, and they should have learnt their lesson that you've got to stick to the rules. I think that the position which has been actually reached in construction of this is such that we're regularising the bulk of the interior stuff. We're sorting out some of the fenestration issues, the landscaping. I think that the best future for this wonderful building is to allow it to proceed to completion, and I therefore move acceptance of the two officers' recommendations.
Councillor Tim Warren.
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually of a different mind to Councillor Simon, to be honest with you. It's one of these, it's a balancing act. And like you say, we are where we are. And where are we? We're a semi-built barn conversion on the top of a hill, which is in a beautiful spot for everybody to see. Residents have suffered this, and I don't agree with the applicants have suffered 4 years. It's the residents that live there have suffered the 4 years, more so the applicants, and probably another 10 years before that. The easiest thing to do would be say, yeah, do you know this, we're sitting today and we permit it, and in 2 years' time it'll all be finished. And it's actually a nice building. Is that the way to reward somebody that's actually constantly gone against planning and gone against everything that we stand for over the last, since 2013? There's been discussions with our planning officer, and it's good there's been discussions. It's the same, those discussions didn't happen before it all started. I think that's the way you are. And what sort of message does it send? We are, and this talk, you can't put it back to how it was. I don't need to go back to how it was, but it needs to go to what it was for the 2013. I'm sure if people can build these barns, when these were built, probably without levels and with plumb lines and bits of stick to, you can build it now and put it back to what it was. You know, we have the technology building now to take things down and put them back. That's not huge building sense for that, it's just common sense. I take a lot of convincing this is the way to go. I listen, obviously, to the discussions that are going on round the chamber, but at the moment, I can't say I'm anywhere near agreeing with the officer's recommendations.
I've got a proposal on the table to approve Pepper. Is there a second there? In the room? You second, Councillor Jackson. You can speak now.
Although I'm not really speaking as a seconder, as I said, I came onto the planning committee in June 2007, and it was one of the earliest site visits we did. I was also on the 2012 site visit when the larger application came in, and it was most interesting, extremely interesting, to go back there on Monday. And you see how the site has evolved and changed, and frankly, I know we make a lot of money from the tourism industry in the Cotswolds area and so on, but I don't think you can hold a building in aspic. It is, compared with 2013, it seems to me it's considerably improved, especially the lodge area, those two cottages at right angles. I mean, they were almost derelict when we came in 2013, and now, of course, that was an implementation of the planning consent. It's been done really nicely, so it's a bit frustrating we're in this situation with enforcement. Well, I mean, brick walls are brick walls. I think this application, just seen as a living development and not as a piece of Disneyland that we might want to be restored for the benefit of the walkers going down the public right-of-way, which actually we didn't discuss, did we, earlier? But, you know, I think as it stands, what it is, the way it's evolving, it is improving, and it will look better in the landscape. And I was most amused by that wall that's being created, which of course wasn't there before, but I think it's an improvement, though it's unfortunate if it's damaged any reptiles. So I'm very happy to second this motion and wish them luck to get the thing going. But I presume we're going to there won't be any permitted development rights. Would that be correct?
There's very limited permitted development rights in any event because it's within the curtilage of a listed building. So there isn't a need to remove permitted development rights in this case, which is covered in the report and the recommendations.
Okay, it's moved to second. I've got a few speakers. Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Chair. As I said before, it's well established there have been multiple significant breaches and deviations which have resulted in heritage harm. If we were to accept this application and permit it, the final outcome would still be a significant amount of heritage harm. I'm not sure that I accept that some harms cannot reasonably be reversed, and I would like to see a much more substantial amount of effort putting into reverting back to undoing the heritage harms that have been caused, reverting back to 2013 permission. I will not be supporting the motion put forward. I will be happy to put forward a motion to say that we should not accept, not permit this development on the basis of the heritage harm that would result.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Well, my concern is that this is retrospective application. It doesn't address the issues fully. It doesn't restore. But it actually does is it rewards non-compliance with a bigger scheme. It rewards them with an increase in floor space, 22.5% increase. It increases the bedrooms from 5 to 6. The volumetric increase has gone up to 37%. So, yeah, that concerns me. What also concerns me was the statement we listened to from the agent and the architect, which didn't acknowledge the non-conformities. It didn't acknowledge the historic failures and painted a picture of a wonderful scheme, which clearly isn't the case. There are still, in terms of material considerations, there are still, in my opinion, non-conformances. Harmed heritage assets, policy HE1, ecological damage, policy NE3 and NE3A, inappropriate green belt development, policy GB3. So I think there are, I think it's important that we understand that, as a council, we're custodians of lots of listed buildings, and we have to comply to strict regulations. And it's fair that we impose those same restrictions and regulations on everyone else that's a custodian. So I'm struggling to support this application.
Councillor Halsall.
Thank you. Now the motion's been seconded, I'm going to express my views. There's a lot of morality going on in here. It's almost as if there's a sentiment that it should be refused to punish the owner because of the living hell that a lot of the neighbours have experienced over the past few years. But unfortunately, that is the law. We have to follow planning law. We can't make a judgment as a committee on the fact there's been so many objections, 3 parish councils have objected. We have to look at it at face value. We can't refuse it because they've been a very naughty boy, as I say. The recommendation being put forward is to approve. Now, it is larger than would normally be expected, but a lot of the extension is underground and not visible. There shouldn't be any concern about any future changes of use because that would require permission in its own right. This site at the moment has been dormant for several years owing to the stop notice. Surely, if we could get this finished, it would put an end to the misery and how ugly the site is looking at the moment. So I really do feel for the residents and neighbours who've been affected by this for so many years. I'm extremely angry that the developers have taken this approach, but we can't make an example of them, and it's not going to set precedent. We just have to follow the laws, and if there is any breach of planning, we have to do the necessary to negotiate or take enforcement action or seek a retrospective application. So I'm afraid on balance, and it is on balance. The other thing is, it's not listed in its own right. Now, I do know of, there was the famous pub in Maida Vale that was listed, and it was demolished, and they had to rebuild it as it was. But this is not listed, and it's not in the listing description either, which I think is a bit of an oversight. But very reluctantly, I'm going to support the application.
Councillor Gawley.
I think Councillor Halsall has put it much more articulately than I could, probably most of my feelings. I think we have to look at this building and what's the best thing for the building. And I acknowledge that some bits of it have been restored very well. The fact that actually all of those sort of services, the kitchens and so on, are taken outside underneath, potentially clear more space for the building itself to be seen. I think it's bizarre that they've been put underground with absolutely no light tubes or anything, as if they were trying to be hidden under there. And I think that's extraordinary that that could have been allowed. But I think we have to be pragmatic. And so I think for the good of this building, and actually for the benefit of neighbours, for this actually to finish being built would potentially be a benefit. They may not agree. But I think that pragmatically we should go ahead with what's been done. But absolutely, we cannot, if this was to be turned into anything else, then that absolutely would need to come back to the Planning Commission. So it should be what it's been said to be, which is a family home.
Okay, any further speakers on this one? If not, Councillor Simon, do you want to sum up, please? Okay, we're going to the vote on the full Planning Commission 1. Those in favour, please. And those against? That's tied. I will have to use my casting vote on this one, and I'm reversing my vote originally and from it. We're on now the listed building Permission? Those in favour, please. And those against? 3. That's defeated. That's permitted. We are now at nearly 1 o'clock. I intend continuing for another half an hour, so we can try and clear these 2 applications before lunch if we can. We'll just take a 2-minute break whilst officers change over a second now. We're going to take a 2-minute break while officers change over and continue to try and complete clear as well as before lunch.
Just clarify the decision.
Both are permitted. Both permitted. Fiona's disappeared. Fiona's here. Fiona's in the room, so let's start. Ben, do you want to make your presentation, please?
Yeah.
Quiet, please.
Okay, I'll make a start. So the property 12 Camberley Green. So the proposal is to change of use from a 3-bedroom house, C3 use class, to a 7-bedroom, 7-person HMO. So just the aerial photograph, just to sort of understand the site, the context and layout. Photographs there, so you've got the building from the front, sort of Radburn layout, so it fronts onto public space, and then the servicing access, car parking is at the rear. You can see it has its own off-street parking space. Showing you the site location plan, so you can see there the single-storey rear extension proposed. At the side of the building, there's a utility room, which is to become a bedroom, and in the garden you can see the bike store and cycle store. So looking at the existing and proposed elevations, you can see there the extension that's proposed. That is single-storey. it could be done within permitted development rights in terms of its depth and height. So the existing floor plan showing the three-bedroom dwelling house. This is the proposal, which shows as it's laid out. All the bedrooms meet and exceed the space standards, and the communal spaces quite significantly exceed the standards. So that shows the arrangement of bedrooms at the first floor and a number of bedrooms at the ground floor as well. There is a bathroom adjacent to the party wall, as there are bedrooms, and communal space at ground floor. So we've got, soundproofing is proposed to the party wall. We've had a acoustic report submitted, which has been reviewed by our environmental protection team, and we're satisfied that the soundproofing proposed will attenuate or reduce noise transference to the neighbouring property to an acceptable level. It's beyond the standards you'd normally expect through the building regulations, so a suitable standard. The building's also being brought up to EPC-C through various works, such as new boiler, insulation to the loft, etc. So that describes the scheme. There's just a number of updates to give you. So the first one is I've just rechecked all the HMOs within the area, and I found that there was one HMO that wasn't in our system, so I've done a sort of recalculation in terms of the figures. So before we had in the report 5 HMOs, including this property, against 5 HMOs in relation to 86 properties within the area. What we've got now, and that was a 5.6%, what we've got now is 6 out of 86 properties in the area, so 1 extra, so that gives us 7%, so the HMO is at 7% within the output area. I'll just clarify that to reach the 10% threshold, that would require 3 more properties in addition to this being changed to HMOs. One point in terms of the parking standards. In the report it specifies that the parking standards are the same. I should just clarify that this is a large-scale HMO, so there are parking standards for C3 and C4 which are identical. This is a 7-person HMO. C4 goes up to 6 persons. So there aren't specifically described parking standards for large-scale HMOs, and the requirement is for each case to be considered on its merits. But notwithstanding that, we consider this property with a parking space that, and within a reasonably accessible location, we consider that the parking provision is entirely suitable, and that there aren't any grounds or issues in terms of parking provision. So that concludes my presentation.
Okay, we've got one public speaker. I'm aware of, and that will be, sorry, my papers possible. Tobias Beacon. You have 3 minutes to start speaking, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. My name is Toby Deacon. I'm the planning agent working on behalf of the applicants, Rivers Birtwell. Firstly, I'd like to thank the case officer for their thorough and balanced assessment of this proposal and for working constructively with us throughout the determination period. This application seeks permission for the change of use of a C3 dwelling to a 7-bedroom HMO alongside a modest single-storey rear extension. Turning to principle, policy H2 is the key policy. In this case, the proposal is compliant. As confirmed by Ben Burke in his officer's report, the resulting HMO density is 6% now, within 100 metres, which is comfortably below the 10% threshold. As such, there's no conflict with the objective of maintaining a mixed and balanced community, in addition to no sandwiching of C3 units occurring. I want to acknowledge the concerns raised by neighbours and the ward member. We recognise proposals of this nature can give rise to anxieties, particularly in relation to noise. I do want to assure members that those concerns are taken seriously. In respect of noise, we have specified additional noise reduction measures to reduce noise transference. These measures include a sound deadening underlay to the stairs, soft closures for all external and internal doors, and a full reconstruction of the British Iron and Steel Federation wall. The original walls are known for having quite a high level of noise transference, but the applicants are proposing to soundproof across the entire party wall. These proposed sound insulation measures will perform to a high standard, as confirmed by the submitted noise assessment, exceeding building regulations by a significant margin. Bath Environmental Protection Officer has agreed that these measures are more than sufficient to mitigate the issues relating to noise. As a secondary benefit, the reconstruction of the original BISF walls to install these measures will vastly improve the durability of the building, allowing it to remain safe for occupiers and improve the lifespan of the property. Importantly, these mitigation measures are secured by condition, including a requirement for the installation of verification prior to occupation. Members will also note recent appeal allowed at 30 Shores Way, involving a very similar property type and context. The inspector in that case accepted that similar noise mitigation measures can appropriately mitigate the issue of noise, which is directly relevant and comparable here. Drawing this together, the proposal has been carefully assessed against the development plan. The key concerns, particularly in relation to amenity, have been addressed through our noise reduction measures. It's being secured by robust planning conditions. The scheme is policy compliant, and for that reason, I respectfully ask members to support the officer's recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Questions for Officer now? I've got three of you. Councillor Halsall.
Thank you. The proposals for, is it, can I just correct, it's a sui generis use, this isn't, it's not C4, so regardless of whether we had Article 4 directions in the district or in the city or not, it requires planning permission in its own right.
Yes, it's a C4, so sui generis, but we would require permission. Sorry, no, it's sui generis, it's not C4, but we would require planning permission whether it was C4 or sui generis. So
because of the number of bedrooms?
That's because the number of occupants.
Number of occupants,
so
the scale of the
7 occupants, yeah, which is beyond the C4, which has a limit of 6.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Grawley.
Yeah, a couple of questions. The agent talked about insulation. I was wondering whether there's been an increase in insulation in the roof to improve energy use. And secondly, when we were there, we noted that there was the removal of asbestos. I was wondering where that was and what function that had and what was being put in to replace it.
Okay, so there are various measures proposed to reach EPC3, and that does include loft insulation, 300 millimetres of mineral wool. In terms of the asbestos, that falls under separate legislation outside planning that relates to the control of asbestos, so it's not a material planning consideration for this application.
Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Chair. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand there were 42 public objections and no comments in support. Could you summarise briefly what the objections, the points of objection were?
Yes, the objections are summarised within the report, but I can just give a brief summary of those. So, objections related to noise and disturbance from comings and goings of the 7 occupants, and also visitors to the 7 occupants. Related to parking, traffic issues. It also related to impact on local schools, with there being a reduction in the number of single dwelling houses within the area. A point was made that the property should be retained as a family dwelling house, and there should be no further loss to HMOs. So generally the key objections were on noise and disturbance and parking.
Councillor Jackson.
I was on the site visit. I couldn't quite work out how the people were going to store their bicycles or get them, presumably at the back of the house, get them through to the road at the front. So perhaps we could have clarification on that. And also bin collection. And thirdly, where's the nearest bus stop, please?
Okay, so the cycle storage is at the rear. You can see it on the plan. Access would be to the road at the back, so Camberley Green. So there's a side access gate, and there's a pedestrian access route to that road. So cycles would be navigated through that route. There isn't a direct route to the front without going through the house, but servicing and access, cars, access servicing is all to the rear based on this Radburn layout where it fronts onto public space, but all access and servicing is out the rear. So that was a part of the design of these types of these developments. Does that answer your question, Councillor Jackson? Was there a further question? Oh, bus stop. I don't know the location of the nearest bus stop. My colleague could have a look.
Yeah, the Highway Authority weren't consulted on this application, but I've had a look at the map just in response to your question. You can probably see the bus stop on the left-hand drawing, actually. It's just at the bottom on the shores away, so it's within 30 metres of the HMO, proposed HMO.
Any further questions? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Looking at the issue of parking, I note in the reports you mention that technical studies typically show that HMOs do not result in a net increase in parking demand over family homes. Most family homes don't have 7 adults in them, and I believe the report refers to a study done in 2007. Is that correct?
So there are 2 studies. There was one done by the then Department of Planning, Transport and the Regions, I think, or the department that existed at that stage in terms of central government, which did a sort of wide-ranging study which concluded that, yeah, HMOs do not result in increased parking beyond family properties. We also did our own report, and that came to the same results. I can't recall the specific dates of those reports. It's in the officer report. So our report was 2019, so that was the later report.
But your report in 2019 refers to the 2007 study, not your own study.
It refers to the 2007 study, but our own study was carried out. We did our own study and investigation, which the 2019 report presented.
So it's your view that 7 adults wouldn't generate more traffic or more vehicles than a typical family?
That's my view based on the evidence. The evidence also is that HMOs, where there are students, generally result in less than when it's professional occupants, single professional occupants, but overall the level is found to be lower than dwelling houses.
Okay, the item's now on the debate. Councillor Warren.
Yeah, I think looking back, I think it was probably me that moved it. We refused the one at Shaw's Way back in September. I think we have got an over-proliferation of HMOs in this area. However, I think the only way we can refuse this if there's more than 10% is obviously not. So I think we haven't got much option to permit it, so I'll move the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Horse.
But just before we move to the vote, there's one further point I need to make, that condition number 2 concerning the soundproofing, I just seek officer delegation to officers, committee delegation to officers to amend that condition, because the condition at the moment doesn't require specific photographic evidence to be submitted, a range of evidence, including photographs of the soundproofing measures. Within our report, that is something that we have advised we would require, so we just seek agreement for delegation for officers to amend that condition to include that.
I think our council will move that.
Yeah, very happy.
Was it Councillor Hawthorne?
Yeah, I'll second, but I'll second by expressing my concern, as always. I mean, yet again, we have another HMO in an outlying area of the city, which you could deem to be more affordable family homes, but we are losing another family home yet again in Twerton and Whiteway. We found an extra house, but that takes us to, is it 7% we're at now? Sorry.
7%.
7%. That still offers an invitation for 3 more to be converted in that radius before we hit the 10%. We're looking at revising the policy, but we are where we are at the moment. 10% is not a target. It's argued that 10% will still maintain a balanced community. I think a lot of members disagree in this now, and this is why we're looking at changing the policy. There's no parking issues. It's going to be insulated. It's going to be soundproofed. It complies with the SPD, so therefore I'll reluctantly second it.
Councillor Jackson.
Chair, I thought the ward councillor, Sarah Moore, had sent in a statement that made some quite important points.
You haven't submitted it for today. She better send it in. She hasn't submitted it for today. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I just want to be clear about my reasons for objecting to this. The main reason is not the conversion to an HMO. My issue is, I believe it's an overdevelopment. I think 7 adults in a property of this nature, in this location, with the potential for each of those adults to have a partner, which could result in 14 adults in this property. For me, I feel is an overdevelopment, so I won't be supporting it.
Councillor Gawley.
I think I echo. I totally understand Councillor Hughes' issues with that. We've seen worse. We've seen worse where you have to take the bike through the kitchen and the bin to the kitchen. So I think in terms of an HMO, this is potentially reasonable. I mean, each of the rooms appears to be of a reasonable size with a desk and a bed. We are losing another family house, though, in an affordable area, and that greatly concerns me. But I don't think we can refuse it on those grounds. And so I think reluctantly, we will have to accept, because I can't see their objections to the design, as I've certainly had in previous ones.
Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Councillor Hughes, his point about overdevelopment. I would add that I think there's a concern about noise and disturbance to the neighbours. I mean, yes, the party wall might have some soundproofing. I don't think, I disagree with Ian Halsall here, Councillor Halsall, it wouldn't constitute being soundproofed. I think that to have a communal room for many adults, the other side of the party wall is a family bedroom. I think that the opportunity for noise and disturbance is too significant, and I would refuse the permission on that basis.
Councillor Simon.
Just very briefly, this house was obviously in pretty poor condition. It's been stripped out. It's had to have asbestos removed. The investment in our housing stock, I think, is significant, and I support the application.
Okay, we should move to the seconded. Sorry, Councillor Jackson.
Very quickly, I live in a semi. The lady next door is very, very deaf, and the noise that can come through is considerable, but she's certainly not a student.
I think we're all aside, Councillor Jackson. Right, so move to the seconded. Those in favour? Four in favour. Five in favour. Those against? That's carried 5-4, so it's permitted. 17 Foxton Road. We'll have a couple of seconds while the officers change over a second. We will take a break after this one.
Good afternoon, everyone. This item is 17 Foxcombe Road in Newbridge. The proposal is for the change of use from 2 flats to a single dwelling house. So here we have a location and aerial plan. The property would have originally been a single dwelling house. It was granted permission for subdivision into 2 flats in 1989. Just from the street view there. So the existing floor plans, we have flat 1 and flat 2. So flat 1 covers most of the ground floor with just a side entrance and the lobby to flat 2 on the right there. On the first floor, it's split across the 2 flats. So for flat 1, you have the bedrooms and bathroom, and for flat 2, we have the kitchen and living room. And on the 3rd floor, within the roof, are the bedrooms and bathroom for flat 2. Under the proposed plans, the lobby and side entrance would be removed to incorporate it into the ground floor. And then the first floor would have some internal layout changes to create a larger bathroom and some other alterations. And then the 3rd floor would stay the same in terms of its layout. So the kind of principal matter here is the application of policy H5 regarding the retention of existing housing stock. So I've just put the wording up there. So development which would result in the net loss of existing residential units will not be permitted unless there are benefits that outweigh any harm, such as those which are within the criteria. Officer recommendation is to refuse the application based on the reasons set out in the committee report. I do just have a very quick verbal update regarding a typo I noticed within the committee report. On page 177, it refers to the existing circumstances of the property as containing 2 20-bed flats. That's obviously incorrect and should be 2 2-bedroom flats. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Paige. We're at public speaker time now. And we have Anna Brain, please. You've got 3 minutes to speak now. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members, for the opportunity to speak today. My name's Anna Brown. I'm the co-owner of the house at Foxcombe Road. We bought the property having rented on the street for the previous 18 months. 2 properties in the street had been reconverted from flats back to single houses within the previous 3 years, which reasonably led us to believe that we would be able to do the same. Although planning permission was granted in 1989 for conversion of the house into 2 flats, the freehold title was never divided, and the flats cannot be sold separately. They can only be let or occupied within the same ownership, so they're not permanent residential units. I carefully read the officer's report and would like to address the principle of development. The report concludes that the proposal would have a limited impact on the supply of 4-bedroom houses, whilst having a significant impact on the supply of 2-bedroom flats. However, this does not fully reflect local housing delivery in recent years. Many blocks of modern, purpose-built flats have been built at the lower western end of the riverside, with more to come, and hardly any of these are family homes. The Council's 2024 Housing Needs Assessment identifies a shortage of larger family housing compared to smaller housing units. Our proposal would result in the loss of a 2-bedroom flat, but would provide a 4-bedroom family home, helping to address that identified need. While the existing flats meet minimum space standards, they're poorly laid out, with inefficient and underused space that results in higher energy costs. Reconfiguring the property as a single dwelling would allow for a more efficient layout and deliver improvements in thermal performance. We are happy to have planning conditions to secure this. Our proposal would also result in clear amenity benefits. There is a significant noise transmission between the 2 flats, and although sound insulation was required under the 1989 planning permission, it's evident that this was not adequately implemented. The proposed layout would remove this issue entirely and would also relocate the kitchen to the ground floor from the top flat, addressing the issue of noise disturbance affecting our neighbours. And there has been a formal letter of support regarding that from our neighbour. The kitchen abuts their bedroom. Occupation as a single-family home is likely to generate less demand on parking than 2 separate households and would not make existing parking pressures worse. In summary, our proposal would reinstate the single-family dwelling, provide a housing type identified as being in short supply in comparison to the smaller bed units, improve residential amenity locally, and enhance the sustainability of the building. For these reasons, I respectfully ask that the committee support our application. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. We now have a statement to be read by Karina on behalf of Michelle O'Doherty.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so this is a statement from local ward councillor, Councillor Michelle O'Doherty. I'm unable to attend the Planning Committee today due to work commitments. However, I have asked for the following statement to be read on my behalf. I'm in full support of this application at 17 Foxcombe Road, and I welcome this application coming before committee. As has been noticed, this is a finely balanced case and one that requires member judgment, particularly in how we apply policy H5. The key issue is the loss of one housing unit, but policy H5 is not absolute. It allows for that loss where the benefits outweigh the harm. So the real question here is, do the benefits here justify that balance? Firstly, on the quality of the existing accommodation, while the flats may meet minimum space standards, they are arranged over interlocking levels and separated largely by lightweight partitions. In practice, this creates poor sound insulation and an awkward, compromised layout. These are not purpose-built flats, they are an historic subdivision that does not function well. Reverting to a single dwelling would restore a coherent, high-quality home far better suited to the building. Secondly, on housing capacity, although this is technically a loss of one unit, a 4-bedroom family house of this size is likely to accommodate as many or more people than the current arrangement, so in real terms, occupancy is not meaningfully reduced. Thirdly, on housing need, we know from our own evidence that Bath has a shortage of family homes. Opportunities to provide them in sustainable central locations are limited. While this is just one dwelling, these decisions cumulatively shape our housing mix, and this moves it in the right direction. Fourth, on amenity, officers acknowledged there would be improvements, particularly in reducing noise between units. While soundproofing is suggested, in reality it rarely resolves these issues as effectively as removing the subdivision altogether. This is a genuine benefit to both occupants and neighbours. On character and heritage, the proposal restores the building to its original form as a single Victorian dwelling within the terrace. While it's externally unchanged, this internal reinstatement should still carry weight in a conservation area. Ultimately, this comes down to a planning balance. Yes, there is a numerical loss of one unit, but set against that are clear gains, better quality of accommodation, improved amenity, a more appropriate use of the building, and a contribution, albeit modest, to meeting family housing need. Taken together, I consider these benefits to outweigh the harm identified, and for that reason, I urge members to support the application and grant permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions to the officer? Councillor Horsall?
It's relevant to the application, it's a hypothetical question. By virtue of being flats, they don't have any permitted development rights, but a C3 dwelling house would have permitted development rights. And from my memory, it's getting a bit old now from when I was a practicing planner, it would be feasible, for example, to knock through from number 17 to number 16 to create a larger dwelling house. Am I right in saying that wouldn't require planning permission, and therefore wouldn't that result in a loss of a dwelling?
So I think that would still require planning permission. Yeah, policy H5 would again be applied there. Yeah, we would consider the amalgamation of two dwelling units into one to be development.
Any other questions? Councillor Jackson. Okay, we're with number questions then. Councillor Jackson. Debate.
I propose that we accept that we overturn the officer's recommendation, and I was going to give the grounds, but carry on with questions. Sorry, I was
that's fine. We've put some questions. So you've moved that we overturn the officer's decision.
Right, the reasons. Firstly, I noticed that one of the co-owners was working from home. He got a very nice office set up. I would argue that there's economic and social benefit in somebody having the office space to work from home, and that this will mean they won't be commuting, so there's environmental benefit. That's point number one. That having this as having this building having the scope for that sort of office development within it, working from home, is a benefit economically. I would say socially, having a young family in there would do something to ameliorate the Bath demographic, which is elderly, to be quite brutal. Having a young family would be really very advantageous. I'm not sure about this one as a reason, but it did strike me that the owners had done some beautiful restoration work. There were many interior original Victorian features in it, which would be conserved under this proposed arrangement. So it would conserve and enhance the interior. I'm not quite sure about the exterior of the building. Yeah, and I think also the colleague is correct. It would mean, with one family there, fewer vehicles than if we had two flats there. And considering everything that's been said about HMOs and wanting to have family accommodation instead, I think we're lucky this isn't coming in as an HMO application. So those are the reasons I'm giving why we should overturn the officer's recommendation and approve the application.
I've got three off for the second, but looks a bit. I'm going to take Councillor Gawley. I'm taking over first.
I'm happy to second this, having seen a number of family homes being turned into HMOs. I'm really delighted that we can reverse by one. I mean, the bedroom numbers are the same, and I think it's a very awkward as far as the building is concerned, I think it's a very awkward division as it is at the moment, and I think it restores the heritage of the building. And I'm happy to do that and to restore the purpose as a family home.
Councillor Leach.
Thank you. I would be happy to support the motion on the basis that the need for high-quality, large family dwelling is greater than the need for poorly functioning two-bed flats. So I think there is a benefit that outweighs any harm.
Councillor Simon.
Support this proposal, but what I suggest is that the motion is to delegate permit so that the officer can consider whether there are any conditions that need to be included, in particular relating to permitted development.
Are you okay, Councillor Jackson?
Yes, I'm quite happy. I was also going to say that we assume that a family is a couple and smaller children. But having had a 30-year-old something living at home, we know from the electoral roll that's all too common. You could quite easily have 4 adults comfortably accommodated in this
Quite
house.
correct, Councillor Jackson. Anybody else want to speak? Let's move to the vote, shall we? Those in favour, please. That's unanimous. That's permitted. We are going to take a lunch break now. Take 30 minutes and return. I must give officers a break. Members may want to continue, but officers need a break. 5378 Haltrell Road. Mr Daniel Nelson, will you present the report, please?
Thank you, Chair. Is that on? Yeah. Okay, so yeah, item 6 on the agenda is for parcel 5378, which is parcel of land sited along Hallertrow Road in Poulton. The proposal is for an outline application for the development of a C2 care home with 84 bedrooms. So this is a site location plan, site outlined in red. To the east is residential development, as is to the south. To the east is the more recent development of the former Printworks site, and then to the west, landscape open green space. So just a site on an aerial, so you can see the kind of in construction former Printworks site to the east. You see that the site is bound by quite a substantial hedgerow on almost all of its boundaries. And then this is just a boundary of the housing development boundary, where you can see that the site is excluded from it. So the site is outside the housing development boundary and not included within. And then this is a proposed site plan. So it is an outline application. Reserve matters are landscaping and appearance. Everything else is to be determined as part of this application. So some of the plans that I will see, that I will show, will be indicative, but this just shows the general layout. So we've got the parking area up to the north of the site with access taken from Hallertrow Road. Can you see my cursor? There. And then the built form kind of follows the contours of the land towards the north, the south. We will see in some section drawings to follow that the topography of the site slopes up towards the south, which is reflected in the building form. So we've got a ground floor plan. So yeah, there's 84 bedrooms. On the ground floor, there are a couple of lounge communal space. All the bedrooms are single bedrooms with en suites. So then all other facilities are shared. All meals are provided, so it is considered that this fits within the C2 use class. First floor plan, more bedrooms, additional kind of communal lounge amenity spaces, kind of highlighted in blue. And then the second floor plan. So the second floor is within the roof space with kind of dormers, smaller bedrooms, but again, additional amenity spaces. So these are some indicative elevations from the north elevation. So we're looking towards the east, and in that image you can see the residential development which sits to the east of the development. You can see the height difference and how the land kind of lies there. And then the east elevation at the bottom, again, indicative appearance is reserved. And then just the other south and west elevation. On the west elevation, you can kind of see the land levels. So the portion, the southern wing of the building is single story with rooms. Some of it is two-story, but rooms in the roof as well. And then again, just a cross-section just to show from the Hallertrow Road side how the land kind of sits with the building. And then again, the existing properties to the east shown for height comparison. So this is just a indicative kind of mock-up of the site, which is helpful just to kind of get our heads around the scale of the care home and the location of parking and the access onto Hallertrow Road, which is on the right of the image. So just moving on to some imagery. So this is looking from the southeast towards the site, which is in the middle, the newer roundabout to the west of the site, and then Printworks to the east. And then more of an aerial image, really. But yeah, you can see the relationship with the site and the existing residential development around. And then just for some context, so this is Shoe Lane. This is the road that runs from Oxley's Way and then east. So this is the newer residential development, 3 stories in height. in some areas, which is similar to the proposed, although proposes 2 with stories and room in the roof. So just kind of turning around to look back on the site. So the site is the other side of this hedgerow here. From that newer roundabout, Hallertrow Road running to the right of the image there. Access is proposed around where my cursor is. And then again, Hallertrow Road, where the access is proposed. And then looking the other way on Hallertrow Road with the access proposed on the right. And then this is just within the site, so you can see in the background there the existing residential development. So the application is subject to Section 106 agreement, which has sought to secure financial contributions for fire hydrants and targeted training and recruitment. It has also got a contribution of £38,684 for a contribution to the local care network. This was the total sum requested by the NHS Integrated Care Board. And just also of note here is a condition which is to be included. So based on demand for a care home in the district, and especially within this local area, the demand for dementia care is recognised, so additional specialist care, and this condition seeks to assess a marketing strategy which essentially prioritise that level of care and how that will be worked into the marketing of the care home. Reason being is that there isn't a provider yet for this development. That will come at a later stage. But yeah, officers have sought to secure this in that way. Officer recommendation is delegate to permit, subject to completion of Section 106, conditions, and also confirmation received from Natural England on the HRA.
Thank you, Danielle. We have public speakers now. Each, please. You've got 3 minutes when you start speaking.
Good to go. Cool. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of Muller Property Group in support of the application. This is an outline application for the erection of a Use Class C2 care home. Detailed design and landscaping will be considered at a later stage. This application is to establish the principle of a care home on the site. Indicative plans and a parameters plan have been submitted to show the scale and layout of the proposed building. The care home needs assessment submitted in support of the application demonstrates that currently there is significant outstanding need for at least 177 ensuite bedrooms in the locality. New modern accommodation is needed to help offset care home closures as dated premises become unviable and or unfit for purpose, as was the case at Rosewell Care Home in High Littleton. Modern expectations for appropriate accommodation means that renovation is not considered appropriate or feasible. Our client is talking to a number of interested parties who are keen to take the care home, but planning permission is needed before a final operator can be secured. Commercially, it will be in the operator's best interest to ensure that they are servicing care categories with the greatest demand. On this basis, our expectation is that the end user will be targeting nursing and dementia provision. A preoccupation dementia care marketing strategy condition has been agreed with officers. A dedicated high-quality care home for older people will help to free up traditional housing stock, indirectly contributing to the council's housing supply by delivering the equivalent of 44 dwellings. This is a substantial figure, and officers are right to afford this significant weight. The development will create construction jobs and in the region of 70 to 80 jobs in the care home. This is based on a care home with 84 beds and 3 shifts of between 20 and 25 people per shift. In terms of landscape impacts, the surrounding built form and intervening vegetation limits the outward effect that the proposals would have on the surrounding landscape. New landscaping will, over time, enhance the character of the site and how it is perceived from the wider area. The approach with respect to trees has been to retain the early mature and mature trees on site, as well as the majority of established boundary vegetation. Concerns regarding the impact on trees G12 and G14 are raised by the Parish Council and Councillor Hardman. This is low-quality scrub. It contains no mature trees. Indicative landscaping and lighting details have been provided, such as the LPA have completed the HRA with a recommendation to permit. The site is separated from Oxley's Way by third-party land, which is not adopted by the Council, so access needs to be onto Hallertrow Road. The Highways Authority have raised no concerns in this regard. It is accepted that there are some conflicts with the policy, with the development plan in respect of the housing development boundary and landscaping.
However, as the Council cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, the tilted balance applies. Officers have acknowledged the benefits of the proposed scheme, and they are in particular meeting a clear local and district-wide need for nursing care, including dementia care, the provision of general housing, varied local employment opportunities, and a financial contribution to local healthcare infrastructure. For these reasons, I ask the committee to support the proposals and the comprehensive and robust officer recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have a statement from Councillor Liz Hardman. Karina will read out.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is a statement from the Ward Councillor, Councillor Liz Hardman. Chair and members of the Planning Committee, thank you for allowing my speech to be read out and apologies for my absence. I would like to object to the proposals for the care home on Hallertrow Road for two main reasons. Firstly, there is already sufficient capacity within the care home system. An extra care home is not required. Secondly, the very extensive layout of a care home will have a significant effect on the green infrastructure of the area. According to Bain's commissioning manager, there is already sufficient capacity in the care home system. Of the last 3 care homes set up in Bains in the last 2 years, only 60% are full. Again, according to the Bains commissioning manager, these private care homes are far too expensive. Bains has only a certain number of self-funders. Also, current demographic data for the area would suggest another care home is not required. However, an actual care home closed about 10 years ago, situated only 3 miles away. It is still empty. Instead of building on a greenfield site, this brownfield site could be renovated instead. Ironically, about 3 years ago, a planning application for a care home close by was rejected in favour of 72 residential homes. These have got planning permission. The reason the care home was rejected was there was no demand. This was part of the original Purnell plan. This very extensive building would have a significant impact on the green infrastructure. There are still ecological objections yet to be withdrawn due to there being insufficient information available to inform Habitat's regulations assessment. The scheme doesn't yet demonstrate lack of harm to the ecology, in particular to bats and habitats, for the habitat loss that could occur. The green appearance of the care home site adds to the visual attractiveness to the entrance of Holton. There will be damage to trees G12 and G14. Although these are being dismissed as scrub, they do include young set hawthorn and elm. Also, G15 will have to be removed. Polton has the lowest percentage of tree cover in Bains, so obviously we want to hold on to as many as we can. My final point would be that the medical support required by the care home would not be adequate. All 3 local GP surgeries are under substantial strain and have limited capacity to absorb further demand. For all of these reasons, I would like the committee to reject these proposals. Councillor Liz Hardman. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, officer, please? Anybody? Councillor Warren?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Sorry, can we have a little look at the map again, see exactly where it is? I think I'm not convinced I'm looking in the right place.
It's located on the west of Poulton.
Yeah. By Purnell's, part of that? Yeah, okay, I was right, thank you.
Councillor Simon?
Thank you. I don't think the report has any analysis of the economic impact of this employment generator. I think the representations mentioned up to 80 employees, but could you just comment on whether we can give weight to provision of employment in an area which has a deficiency of local employment?
Yeah, so the actual level of employment will be kind of dictated once there is a provider at a later stage, so it's hard to give a specific number. The number that I have been given for the actual scale of the care home proposed and the bed numbers is between 70 and 80 staff members across part-time, night shifts, day shifts. We can give weight to that. Obviously, how that is operated in terms of the local care network, that's not yet known because we're not at that provider stage.
Councillor Leach, then Councillor Jackson, then Councillor Hughes. Councillor Leach is first, sir.
Can you go back to the slide where you show the housing development boundary? Now that, to my mind, looks like it was drawn expressly to exclude this patch of land from development. I mean, do we know whether that was an expressed desire when the boundary was drawn?
I don't know specifically reasons for why that land was excluded. I don't want to kind of guess, but it may have been because it was designated as agricultural land or contributing to the wider landscape.
Councillor Hughes,
Thank you. I mean, I'm assuming that this piece of land doesn't fall under the Purnell's site, because there was, within the Purnell's original agreement, there was supposed to be a nursing home, a school, a nursery, a police station, everything.
No, so this site is outside of that allocation.
Okay. And in terms of a clear local needs, as mentioned by the speaker, has that been evidenced? And if it has, how has that been done?
So there has been a lot of discussion over kind of demand and need for the care home in this location. Just to kind of set the scene, so policy H1 is generally in favour of supporting care provision because of the district-wide need in relation to kind of ageing population and the forthcoming need. Now that need and demand and supply, that correlation hasn't massively been recognised, and that's why we take into account what the kind of parish council, local ward council were saying in terms of their care homes existing, which are not running at full capacity. However, part of the reason for that is Baines operate a homes first approach, trying to retain people in their homes as much as possible. And that means there's been quite a big shift in kind of demand need in terms of specialist care, which has increased in demand, and that is the demand that we are seeing now, which is why we've sought to kind of confirm that dementia care element.
Okay, thank you. One more question, if I may. So, in terms of, because I know we've got a good dozen nursing homes in our area, Poulton, Midsummer Norton, Radstock area. And in terms of supporting that, we have this discrepancy where the health board are saying there is no capacity available, and then when you speak to the local surgeries, they say they have got capacity to add more people to their list, not necessarily see more people. So what is the true picture in terms of being able to support these residents with medical care from the local surgery?
So it has been recognised that this care home would put additional pressure on surgeries within the area. I think 3 have been highlighted within that area, which I do have a list somewhere. And that has been recognised by the Integrated Care Board, the NHS Board. And for that reason, they have requested a contribution, and that contribution is relative to the works that they think that they can carry out in order to support a care home of this scale. So the 84 beds are considered to be supported via that contribution to allow either internal reconfiguration / expansion of those GP surgeries.
But my concern would be that £38,000 wouldn't even pay one member of care staff to look after these 84 residents. So I'm not sure how £38,000 is going to solve or even contribute to solving the issue that it's going to create.
Yeah, I mean, that total was the total requested by the NHS in order for them to agree to this additional care home. So that kind of, it wasn't questioned and we didn't have reason to make that any bigger. Yeah.
Councillor Jackson.
The trouble is in planning, the goalposts keep moving. But am I right in thinking that if you want a development on a green space or outside the housing development area in agricultural land, that you need to evidence the viability of the project, because I'm sure members would be rather unhappy if this home were built and then it was only 60% occupied. So am I correct about the question of viability?
So in terms of location or development and kind of what policies apply, so the tilted balance does apply in terms of assessing whether or not we allow this in principle and assessing the harms and benefits, there is no policy requirement for care home provision to demonstrate the viability in this case.
But are we not supposed to consider brownfield sites first?
The policy trigger doesn't require an assessment of alternative sites in this instance.
Secondly, have highways done any study on the B3355? In terms of speeding, that's what I'm concerned about, because the vehicles come pelting out from the Halitro area up into Poulton. But is that just anecdotal, or has there been any sort of study?
We haven't studied anything ourselves in terms of that speeding that I'm aware of. I would say that the access isn't that far away from the new roundabout. So the new roundabout, that location would have changed speeding characteristics. So either people are slowing down into the roundabout or just speeding up coming through the roundabout. So it's also a 30-mile-an-hour zone, so there's no significant concerns really in that case.
And there's no pavement there, is there, along the hedgerow?
There's a footway on the other side of the road, so there'd be a crossing point from the access, and there'd also be a footway link around the roundabout linking into the other development site.
So if you're walking down from Poulton, you'd have to cross the road?
You would have to cross the road, yes.
But we haven't asked for any contribution for that.
That would be included within the site access works in terms of getting that crossing point constructed.
Because the bus stops are quite a distance, you see, that's why I asked.
There, as part of this application and secured by condition, there is a drop curb crossing proposed just up from the access in addition to making the pavement longer. So that would provide the connection to all the pavement points.
And finally, is this definitively for dementia care, or could it be for respite care for some exhausted partner who just can't cope with looking after her or his partner and could, that could get respite? And the other thing is I have to declare an interest that I'm heavily involved with the Swallows charity. They are very concerned about the swallows with severe learning difficulties, but it's not dementia at all. So would this home be some sort of possibility?
So the use proposed is C2, so that is for elderly, like end of life provision. The actual speciality split between kind of more general C2 provision and dementia care isn't yet known because we don't have that provider in place, the end operator, to be able to confirm that at this stage. Obviously, the condition imposed seeks to retain an element of dementia care in order to suit demand, but it is a C2 use for elderly end-of-life care.
The other thing is, have you looked at the demographic records of the last census? Because the Westfield Radstock area has a very young population. Of course, they might like jobs in this place, but they are much younger than a Bath population.
No, the census information hasn't been assessed by myself. I would have gone into the local plan assessment for the kind of district-wide need in this instance.
And finally, is it envisaged that the providers would be working closely with Bath College, where carers are trained, and also brickies for that matter?
We won't know that at this stage because we've not got a provider on board at the moment for the development. So how the site will be staffed and operated, we don't know that yet.
Councillor Gawley.
I'm sceptical, as you can see. Thank you very much, though.
I'm fascinated by that housing development boundary, which is bizarre to say the least. However, I suppose my question is, and it's normally Councillor Jackson's question actually, where the nearest bus stop is, because if this is going to be providing not so much for the residents, but for the staff, how sustainable this will be from other places around as well as Poulton for the staff.
So, my cursor's gone. Where my cursor is the approximate location. Can you see that? Just it's moving here at the bottom, of the nearest bus stop, which I believe is around 250 metres from the access point. I might pass over to Dan.
Yeah, it's the right location. It's just a little bit further than that. I think I measured it a while ago, so it's just under 400 metres, which is our recommendation.
We could get one a bit closer if needs be.
Potentially, you could get one closer, yes.
Councillor Crossley.
Thank you very much. I'd like to follow up a question that I didn't think got fully answered before. I'm really intrigued about that housing line boundary, when it would have been so easy to just draw it along the road. What was the arguments that led to that really strange indentation? And was it just a few vociferous voices that didn't want housing right next to them? So do we have any more information as to why the boundary isn't along the road, which to me would make a lot more sense? And then we wouldn't be arguing this that it's outside the housing boundary.
Like I said, I don't know the reasons and I don't want to speculate. I know that when housing development boundaries are identified, they do tend to exclude open fields. And I think the housing development boundary extends how it is because of the site allocation for the Printwork site. But that's all I have to offer, really.
Councillor Simon.
Just to add a tiny bit of further information, again, I can't speculate on the exact reasons why it was excluded, or previously, or not included, I think probably a better way, but I looked at the Housing Economic Land Availability Assessment, the last one that was done. The site was put forward as a potential site at one point, and in our assessment in the HELA, it is identified as potentially available and potentially achievable and potentially suitable. So I just make those comments. So it's been looked at before and not ruled out for any particular reason from a policy perspective. I can't explain why it's not in the housing development boundary, but I would just remind members as well, with our lack of a 5-year land supply at the moment, we cannot place much reliance on the line of a housing development boundary because our spatial strategy is considered to be out of date, and so we have to apply the tilted balance when making a decision. And so where the line falls on the map is less significant than perhaps it would be if we did have a 5-year land supply.
Councillor Simon.
On Councillor Hughes's point about the ICB contribution, that's going to be for capital works to the surgery, not, as he implied, for staffing.
Yeah, that's correct.
Councillor Hughes again.
Yeah, thank you. Personally, I suspect that line follows the Purnell's print site. That was historically what that line was inside of. I just wanted to get some clarification. This is an outline application. So where does that leave us if we were to approve this with all the obviously concerns that you're hearing today? Will those concerns still be on the table when the full application comes in, or does this effectively dismiss some of those issues?
So just to clarify, this application in front of you is to determine the principle, obviously, the layout, the scale and the access. So what can be considered at reserved matter stage would be the external appearance of the building and the landscaping. Now we have identified that there is landscape harm as a result of this development. It is considered that that would be lessened when those landscape proposals come forward at that stage. But likely not to completely mitigate against. And then, yeah, we would be considering the external appearance of the building. We wouldn't be assessing what would get approved now as part of those 3 matters.
Okay, Councillor Horsfall.
Yeah, if I could just be clear. This morning we determined the application for student accommodation up at the university, and not on a like-for-like basis, but of the 900 bedrooms, it equates to 300 houses. Does the same principle apply to the C2Us? Will we have an equivalent number of houses that we can tick off from our housing land supply requirements?
Yeah, so the equivalent for this site is 44 houses.
Councillor Jackson.
Well, that's more or less what I was going to ask, actually, because I think the argument about the housing boundary is well put, and would it not be better if we had 44 social houses, affordable houses on this space?
That's not the application here, Jack, I'm afraid. Right, let's move on now. Open debate up. So open debate. Councillor Gorley.
Sadly, we're all getting older, and sadly there are more sadly there are more people increasing with dementia, and I know how hard it is for people to deal with that within their own homes. So therefore, I think the principle of having a home that could be potentially dedicated to those with dementia, I think, is important. Therefore, I think this is probably a good idea. I mean, there aren't other developments proposals in front of us, and I think that it's interesting that other nursing homes are not completely full, but nevertheless, there is an increasing demand for this particular speciality. So I think I would be in favour of proposing a motion to support it.
Is there a second there, please? Councillor Simon? Any debate? Let's go to the vote. Councillor Crossley?
Yes. I think this is an excellent proposal. I think it's quite why we've got that housing boundary line when it should really have just gone up the road. And it's interesting what we had from comment behind that it was just the Purnell boundary. So I think this will be good for the community. It will be good in the terms of creating jobs, and it will be a good provision. And it's all very well to say that there's other provision around that is not fully booked. I think within the care sector you do need some vacancies. Whether we've got too many vacancies or not is another moot point. But we do need dementia care, and in my ward in Southdown we have a very good dementia care unit, and they are difficult things to produce and work in, because dementia care is a very challenging illness and condition. So I think this is a good layout. I think the layout looks quite good. I think it's quite good the way it's used the contours of the land to step up. And I think this will be a very good provision for our social provision and needs within our community of Bath and North East Somerset. So I'm entirely supportive.
Councillor Hughes?
Yeah, I mean, it's frustrating that these come through piecemeal rather than part of a wider strategy that we can get behind. I mean, in the area we're talking about, the Midsummer Norton, Radstock, Halton, etc., the local plan is planning to build about 5,000 houses. So with that type of increase, we are going to have an increased need for things like nursing homes. But it's a shame that this doesn't form part of an actual strategy and we just have to take these piecemeal. But overall, I think I would support it.
Councillor Jackson?
I'm afraid I can't quite see the point of a housing development boundary if we don't take a bit more notice of it. I really do. And I'm disappointed that there hasn't been any mention of partnership either with the Soma Valley campus of Bath College, which is in Westfield, or with Poulton Hospital, which has, I think, 3 wards of elderly patients with many with dementia needs. And you know, there doesn't seem to be the joined-up thinking, in spite of having a statement from the NHS, with what the actuality on the ground is and what the needs are, especially to look after adults with learning difficulties.
Councillor Warren?
Thank you, Chair. I think it's a great spot. When you drive past there, it's kind of an unfinished business. It looks like there's the houses. Why is that like it is? And also, going on to some of Councillor Jackson's points, there could be an opportunity. It's an outline planning permission. There could be an opportunity to have a doctor's surgery there. There could be an opportunity for who's known what. And I think it's a blank canvas and very much support it.
Okay, got a motion on the table to approve. Those in favour? Those against? That's carried 8-1. Next item on the agenda, we come up with Jane Bowley's presenting, my understanding. Is Jane here?
I see you in the building.
Okay, well, James setting up a moment. This is application 15 Milsom Street, full application, a listed building application. The debate will take place on both items at the same time, but votes were to be separated at the end of the debate. Jane, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. As everyone can tell, I haven't been to committee before at Bath, so thank you.
Is that for the charter?
Oh, thank you. I'm just setting up the... Right. Is that showing up as the whole thing? Yeah, good.
17 and 18.
Right, that's fine. Hi, I'm Jane Baldy, Principal Conservation Officer, and I'm standing in for my colleague Laura, who is the case officer for these applications and for the following pair of applications too on Milsom Street. So 17 to 18, grade 2 listed buildings.
Well, 15 at the moment.
Oh, sorry, I've got the, they're in a different order on
They might be in the different order in the presentation.
We'll move on to the other one. Yeah, here we go. So 15 to 18. So 15, right, this application, this pair of applications is for repairs to the roof, installation of PV panels and the automatic opening vent roof lights. The property is grade 2 listed in the Conservation Area World Heritage Site, and as you can see from the location plan and the roof plan, you see the location. There's the place of the roof plan. It's quite busy, but hopefully you can see from that and then from the following plan where, if I alternate between them, you can see where the roof, the solar panels and the automatic opening roof lights are proposed to be. They're hidden within the roof valleys, so they're not visible from any external viewpoints on the ground, and they're fairly discreet. In terms of any harm to listed building, there's also a lot of roof repairs included in this application. So as part of doing roof repairs and scaffolding needing to be erected, it was decided that doing solar panels and including lots of insulation within the repaired roof and the automatic opening vents for ventilation there would be some very minor harm to significance in terms of having to make openings in the roof for the vents. But on balance, the easy balance to make was that the public benefit of the insulation and the solar panels, etc., were of such benefit to climate change that it would be easy to outweigh the harm as required. So both applications were recommended for approval, so consent and permission. They're not contentious in terms of, no comments being made, and the reason they've been brought to committee, which is what I should have said at the beginning, was that they are AQUIS applications, so according to the scheme of delegation, we bring all AQUIS council-owned property applications to committee currently. I think that's the end of my presentation. So, any questions?
Questions, officer? Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, I note from the report that they haven't been able to do a full assessment of the roof because they need scaffold.
Indeed.
So we haven't, at this point, we don't know whether the roof is capable of taking the weight of the PV panels or take the structural changes. Would that be fair?
I think so. I mean, there is a condition to ask for further details of the roof repairs, because at the moment, like you say, because until the scaffolding's up and the roof starts to be stripped, it's unknown as to the extent of repairs required. But yeah, I mean, the majority of roofs are capable of taking the weight of panels. However, as part of that, we will ensure that that is indeed the case. Yeah.
But the permission we're giving now would cover that regard, even if they have to replace the entire roof, that would still be encompassed within this permission, would it?
Yes, I mean, we wouldn't, if as part of the survey of the roof it came back that there was, you know, that there was no possibility that solar panels could be installed, then I guess we wouldn't be able to install the solar panels. But I don't think we've ever come across a case where that's not possible. You know, the roof repairs will be such that they will be, you know, inherently strong enough to...
Thank you, because we have had applications at this panel before where they had to be deferred while they went and got engineers' reports to demonstrate that the Grade 2 listed roof could take the weights. So that was the reason for the question.
Yeah.
Any other questions? None. Up for debate then. No seconded? Okay, please second. Is there anyone want to speak? Those in favour then? That's unanimous. And there was also listed building consent one as well. Okay, second. All in favour? That's unanimous again. Now we're on to 1718 Nelson Street.
Right, let's go back. Right. Reasons for bringing this pair of applications to committee is the same as the previous, that aqueous applications for council properties. These pair of applications are variation of conditions to vary the plans from pair of applications that were granted permission back in 2023. They are essentially being submitted because, the original pair of applications was to divide the upper floors of the property into 4 apartments. You see where the site is, it's close to the previous. And you can see here with the red outline, it's that part of above the entire shop ground floor, but there's 2 separate properties. You can see from the right-hand aerial photography on the roof, there is a large lantern, which you'll see in further slides. The consent was granted for conversion of 4 flats, including a separate access at ground floor to the right of the shop front. And the changes that are proposed under this variation of conditions are to, in line with building regs and fire safety issues which were required, and also to install air source heat pumps for the flats. The changes are all internal. There's no more changes over and above what was proposed previously, which in itself was very minimal in terms of just a couple of extra windows to the rear. If we look through, the interior is, at first floor, you can see that there's the loss of internal character features is evident, or not evident, whichever. And this is the lantern I mentioned. So, and it's important that in the proposed, the new proposal, that this lantern is retained in a single space, so there's no division or no covering of the lantern, because it's really the only feature in the space which is of any interest. So the changes, I'll just quickly skim through the photos to get a general feel for the lack of character in the space. It is felt that the changes don't represent any further harm at all to the listed building than what was accepted previously. And it is purely just a few changes of the interior layout. I'll scroll through. So the existing floor plans, you can see at first floor it's quite a large space to the front. You can see the outline of the lantern in the rear. But then if we keep going, it looks quite busy when you go down to the proposed plans, but obviously they're included, as often is the case, furniture is shown. And it's basically putting back, in some respects, you've got, if you compare to the previous first floor, the big open plan space there, we're actually retaining, reverting a little bit to a bit more subdivided space that it probably would have been more originally rather than the big open space. And we're including some smaller spaces to include for sort of service spaces for the air source heat pumps. But we are making sure that we're including the whole of that lantern is still within one space. So there's no subdivision of that roof ceiling area. the previous scheme, as you can see here, unfortunately the slide is rotated through 90 degrees, but you can see that there's not too much division. I mean, in terms of fire regs, the space where the lantern is at first floor, you can see on previously, it's the space to the far left on the bottom plan there. And you can see it's much larger space, but because the kitchen was included within that space, it didn't comply with building regs in order for escape for the bedrooms. So it was a bit more compartmentation was required. So, but it was felt that it didn't cause any more harm to the internal character, much of which, as I've said before, was lost. So, yeah, we are recommending permission for the planning and consent for the listed building application.
Any questions, officer? Mr. Gawley.
The historical one, what would have been underneath that lantern originally? Because obviously it wouldn't have just been a floor.
It probably would have just been a room. It would have lit just a room, yeah. I mean, that space prior to the previous application didn't have any windows. It was the only natural light. And I think, from what I remember, the space itself was used as some kind of, was it tailoring or something like that? And so whether or not that's why they only had it top lit, to cast that sort of top lighting. But now obviously the conversion requires a bit, and some of the subdivision requires additional windows, but those were already approved in the previous application.
Okay, no more speakers. I open the debate. We have two applications here. We have a vote second on both of them. That's your proposal as well? So I'll take it on 02727 first, shall I? Now, seconder, please. Right, let's move the vote on that one then. Those in favour? And then 02725. Seconded. And those in favour? It's carried. Thank you. It was easy for you, wasn't it?
Famous.
And there is just change of a moment, officers. Jane.
Oh, it's gone to the beginning, sorry.
So, Carol, Holy Trinity Church.
Come on. I know. I had it set up as well. Sorry.
When Jane came last time, she didn't want to come back again, so she's back already.
I'm sorry for the delay. You've had a very long day.
You missed the odd section.
Okay, let's try exit. Let's try and get it.
Scroll it down, yeah.
It won't. I know, it's.
There we go. We get that. Yeah, we get there. We get there.
Thank you, Chris.
Where are we? Next one.
A bit more. There we go.
And if we go for that one.
Oh, I pressed the wrong one. That's why. Right, that's. Phew. I'm so sorry for the delay. Thank you very much for your patience. This application is relating to a tree preservation order. It's a very significant copper beech, also known as a purple beech, in Holy Trinity Church. The reason why it's brought to this committee is because the application has been made by our Parks and Open Space colleagues. They manage the closed churchyards, and the tree has been monitored over quite a number of years now, and they feel that it's appropriate now to apply for removal. The tree is in the red dot on the left-hand side of the location plan, and on the right-hand side, it's that very large purple blob that you can see in the centre of the image. This photograph is from, on the left-hand side, is from Church Street, and the next one is from within the church grounds, facing south, with the vicarage behind the tree on the right-hand side image. The application has been presented because of a number of issues relating to the tree. It has developed Ganoderma applanatum and Kretschmaria justa, which are both fungi which cause white rot in trees, and they require, the most important one is actually Kretschmaria. The photograph on the left-hand side shows a section of the bark loss in the buttress root. That's not directly associated with the fungi, that was actually a mechanical damage. It shows also the starts of fungal fruiting body of Ganoderma within the middle of the buttress roots. The image on the right-hand side, that's taken from the east. It shows the layering of Ganoderma brackets developing between the buttress roots. You can also see tar spotting in the bark, the black dots that look like bleeding canker. They are potentially associated with both fungi, but also they could actually indicate a secondary infection. That could be either honey fungus or Phytophthora. But that's a secondary issue. Now you notice that these are all around the base of the tree, and they're between the buttress roots. And it's around at least half the circumference of the tree. The image on the left-hand side, it shows the Ganoderma brackets, including one that's a little bit more developed and older, which is the darker one in the centre of the image. Now, what you won't be able to see necessarily is there's a tiny crusting, grey crusting beneath the group of fungi at the top, and that's Kretschmaria, and it's the tiniest fruiting body that you'll see, and it's the one that's the nastiest in terms of how it decays wood. It combines decaying cellulose, which is the flexible part of the tree structure, and the lignin part, which is the sort of like the solid building blocks of the tree. And with that form of fungus, it's very hard to detect the extent of it using other tools like resistor-graphs, that's microdrills and things like that in the tree. The image on the right-hand side, that's actually to indicate that there's two areas of the tree which are of concern to parks. You've got the base with the buttress roots and the lower stem, but also you've got this very heavy limb which has been braced non-invasively. You can see a horizontal line probably just below the green line at the top. That's actually supporting that branch. Now that branch has developed below the failure point of a branch which failed last summer. The image on the left shows the tree facing towards the church, that's facing northeast. And it was just to show you sort of comparable areas of where there's areas of concern, which has resulted in the application to fell the tree. And the image on the right-hand side, that was provided as part of the application to show the size of the branch that failed and the degraded and the decay present. That failure point is about 4 to 5 metres above ground level on the trunk on the left-hand side. My officer recommendation, sadly, is consent subject to condition to secure replacement planting. Very reluctantly, I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, we have a public speaker. We have Kathleen Ford. Mr. Ford. You have 3 minutes until you start speaking.
Hi, thanks for letting me speak today. So I was born in Poulton. I currently live there, actually just opposite the churchyard. I'm also a Poulton Parish Councillor, and I'm a fungal biologist. I'm a lecturer at the University of Bristol. Firstly, living in Poulton, obviously, I'm very aware of the importance of this tree. It's very sort of characteristic of the area that it's in, because obviously it's very old veteran trees around this area. And you can kind of see it at various vantage points in the village, through the high street, from higher up points looking down on Poulton. Because of its colour, its obviously size, its shape, it's a very distinctive tree. So obviously we're very reluctant to have it felled. It's also mentioned in the Poulton Design Statement, in Village Design Statement from 2001, where it says there's several important groups of trees in this area of the Old Vicarage and the churchyard. And also listed in that, it mentions obviously Poulton has a low percentage of tree cover, and we want to try to maintain as much of it as possible. And also in our 2003 conservation area character appraisal, similarly mentioned, and it specifically says the large mature copper beech as being a very important feature of this area of the village, amongst other things. So there has been some trees that have been felled in this area recently, which again we're obviously very sad to see them go, and any other ones go. So whilst being a fungal biologist, I understand the issues with tree disease. I just want to be really sure, I guess, that it is this infection. I know you mentioned that there were some fruiting bodies there. When I looked at it, all I could see was the burnt streaks that gave this fungus its name, the cinder fungus or something, or the brittle fungus as well, because obviously it can be responsible for limb failure if it's present. So I just want to really make sure that it is that particular species, and ask, should produce a molecular analysis rather than just looking at visual inspection. Also with the mention of the Ganoderma, I just query whether it is Ganoderma and not a different fungus like the hoof fungus, with the caveat that I am a lab-based biologist rather than a field-based biologist. And if the option is taken to fell the tree, then are there any other things that could be done? Further support of the limbs, crown reduction, anything that could be kind of done to prevent it being felled? And if it is felled, should we consider retaining the stump? Because I know that's mentioned as a good thing to do, but I wonder if that's maybe not the best option, because that could increase the inoculum potential of this fungus or any other fungi that might be decaying this tree to infect other trees in the churchyard and vicinity. And then also think about how we can improve the vitality of those. So I don't know what's being done currently to avoid mechanical damage, improve mulching around the tree bases, etc. But I would really like to strongly say that that could be done as well. And any replacement tree planted, we'd like in Poulton rather than anywhere else, if it is felled. So, thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Questions, Robson? Councillor Crossley.
Yeah, I have a similar sort of thoughts in my mind to the public speaker. When we got this, how does this, can this fungal inspection, when you cut them down, does that give you a risk of spreading the fungal inspection? And how do you make sure you contain it and remove it from the area? Is that all part of the tree removal process?
Thank you, Chair. The spores are widespread. They're everywhere. So there's no viable reason to actually try and sanitise the area or the stump or remove the stump. It's not like, for instance, honey fungus, where you might consider sanitising an area with a drench. The problem with the drenches, though, is that they're indiscriminate. They'll kill beneficial fungi in the soil as well as what you're trying to remove. So in certain areas, they certainly wouldn't be recommended from an ecological point of view and how it affects soil organisms. Also, a lot of the beneficial fungi in the soil will have mycorrhizal beneficial associations with other trees in the area. So it wouldn't be a viable option to attempt to sanitise.
Councillor Gawley.
Is the danger that there may be further limb loss across things like paths, and is there a way that it could be somehow cordoned off, or is the danger that the whole thing falls over?
It's a mixture. With Kretschmaria, it is actually quite a dangerous fungus, and usually it is one that if we see on certain trees, we would almost automatically find that it's condemned. It's simply because it's an unknown factor. Even trying to assess risk on a tree with that, it could be a catastrophic failure of limbs, or it could actually be a catastrophic failure of the main stem near the base. It's in our fairly quiet area of, obviously it's in the churchyard, but it's very close to the vicarage. The path where the branch failed was an informal path that went from the vicarage to the church. It doesn't appear to be a readily used path by the public. But how you would actually try and cordon off the area, I don't know, because it does actually overhang the vicarage car parking area and a structure in the vicarage property.
Be cut down as a preventative measure.
Yeah. Yes, going back to the pruning options, it's not something I've discussed with my colleagues in Parks, but the problem is you have got a magnificent tree at the moment. You just have a look at it. It's exactly what Dr. Ford said. It's absolutely, it is an amazing tree. And I know that colleagues in Parks did not come to this decision lightly. I can confirm it's Ganoderma acronatum. I've had 30 plus years in the arboriculture industry, and my colleagues probably combined are much more than that too. And we wouldn't, it's one of those ones, the Ganoderma alone we could monitor and potentially assess. It's the Kretschmaria that's the worst one, but also if there is Phytophthora and other secondary infections appearing, then that suggests to me that it's not just the central heartwood that's going, and then the fruiting body's popping out between the buttress roots as it spreads through the annual rings, but it's also going up and down the core of the tree, and with those tar spots that I showed on the photograph, it's extending much more beyond that, whatever's going on there.
Councillor Horsell. Councillor Hughes.
Hi, Jane. So, I mean, well, as you know, I mean, I've always put a huge amount of confidence in and trust in your team. You are very good at this, so I do trust the opinion you give us. On this, I mean, clearly there is a desire to try and save the tree. Is there any type of treatment or management or maintenance at any cost that could be done that would help to preserve and save this tree?
The works that are likely to be needed are likely to destroy the amenity of the tree as you see it today. You'd have to take a huge amount of weight of it. Beech don't respond to pruning very well. As soon as you take any foliage out, firstly, they can often suffer from sun scorch. They don't respond very well. They don't have the adventitious buds like a lime tree, for instance, that will reproduce and give you a prolific regrowth. Pruning a beech tree, it needs to be done either phased or very lightly. And it's one of the structure of the tree, it would be really brutal,
Absolutely.
I think.
But if it was something that the parish council wanted and were prepared to pay the cost of, to undertake that as to see if they can save the tree before felling, would that be something that you would support or not?
I would love to be able to say yes. I would support any attempts to try and retain a tree of this stature. I mean, we're talking about a tree which is 250, 300 years old. But I think my concern is that the severity of the wounding in its own right is going to cause the tree to lose vitality. And so the magnificent tree that we see today is just going to look like a gargoyle of itself if we were to reduce it to the extent that I suspect we do. Also, when I talked about there's two areas of concern, the base and then further up. The section further up has got a number of branches which have developed from that section where the branch failed. So with those two going on, you'd end up having to pull in the canopy so much that you wouldn't have any, and the canopy, the way the nature of the canopy is, you've got most of the foliage, the energy producing area is on the outer canopy. So where do you prune it back to? There's very little internal growth to actually prune it back to provide, and you're taking away all that stored energy when you carry out that sort of work.
Okay, I think. And is there anything more that can be done to provide the reassurance that this is the only option to the parish council? Because clearly there is still some concern there about.
Well, you can do resistor graph readings at heights. They are quite tricky because what they are is you're doing points all the way around and you're doing micro drills through. But you've got to bear in mind it's just one plane that you're looking at in one fixed period of time. You can do a Picker's tomograph, which is where you've got the sounding hammer and trying to get a picture. But again, it's a picture in one moment in time along one plane. And they won't necessarily tell you where Kretschmaria is or the extent of Kretschmaria decay. So you might find out what other decay is there, but then you still got them in the main section of the trunk. And how do you manage that canopy to reduce the risk which is currently unacceptable to human life? It's just quite extensive work, I would believe.
Councillor Horsall.
Jade, I'm in awe of your expertise on agricultural issues. So obviously we're all taking this very seriously. We're all desperately unhappy to hear what the conclusion is. My question, if we've explored all the other alternatives and it does have to be felled, what's the urgency for felling? What's the timetable? Can we at least see another summer when it's looking, resplendent before it has to come down?
My colleagues obviously didn't feel it was imminent, and I would tend to agree with that. Otherwise, they would have put it in as a 5-day notice. But they also were very aware that it's such a significant tree and of such great communal interest that it would be inappropriate to deal with it in that way. It had to be presented like this to demonstrate that there's some transparency in what thought processes are going on. So they might decide to leave it for a year. I mean, it's starting to flush now, and whether they feel that they can just monitor over the summer and take it from there. But I don't know whether they've got, when they've got plans to do it, whether they've scheduled it in already, but I don't think it's in the short term. I don't think so. I think it's likely to be next winter.
Okay, so
I shouldn't say that, should I?
No, but the answer is, it's not urgent to take it down. We can see it through another summer. The communities can maybe then have a mourn for the tree, have some sort of event around it. But thank you for answering that.
Councillor Jackson.
Yes, I was going to ask more or less the same question, how urgent it is. I assume that part of the danger is that these I was going to ask the same sort of question about how urgent it is to get this resolved. Am I right in thinking that it's a bit like the white gum trees in Australia? Because the fungus hollows out the branch, it then becomes a danger and can drop on somebody. But if it can, you kindly gave permission for my trees to be reduced, and I got them done at the beginning of March. that the birds are already nesting in the reduced tree. Are we going to have a problem with the bird nesting season, or do birds not nest in beech trees? That's the question. And finally, what about, if it can wait till the autumn, collecting up the beech masts and having the local primary school grow new trees with them? Then the genetic stock would be preserved, but presumably not the fungus.
In terms of bird nesting, the tree is actually surrounded by predominantly wild garlic. There are other shrubs not that far away, but it's got quite, the beech has got quite a lot open canopy. There may be something in the forks, but closing parts would make sure that it was assessed before they did anything anyway, and would delay it if there was any sign that they're likely to, bearing in mind the extent of how long this work would take. They can't get a standard crane in. They're actually having to consider all sorts of ways of actually dealing with this tree, because it's not an easy one to deal with where it is. But yes, no, they would assess it for birds and the surrounding area and all the activity associated with the works to make sure that everything does not disturb any birds, not just the actual tree dismantling itself. Beech mast, I don't know whether it's going to be a beech mast year, but I mean, there is an option. That's something I could take to Parks and make a suggestion. Yes, it might not be a good mast year this year, because last year was quite a good one. But sorry, what other questions did you ask me? Have I missed one?
I think that was it.
Okay.
Okay, it's now... Yeah, no, debate, yes. Is there a second to that, please? Yeah, no, you can debate it now. Actually, you seconded. Let's have the debate.
I think beech trees are one of my favourite ones, and we lost two, didn't we, in Bear Flat a year or so ago. So I'll second it. Yeah, we've got no alternative. But if we can leave it as long as possible, at least then let the community enjoy it for another summer.
Does anybody else want to speak? Councillor Gorey.
There was a fantastic chocolate beech tree in my grandmother's garden. It got damaged by horses trying to keep it up. It ended up being cut at the top. It looked like it got like bits of teeth. It was really sad. And in the end, it was better for it to go than leave it as being the wreck that it ended up being. I totally feel for you and for the community, but I guess it has to go, because once they're dying, and it's best they're put out of the misery with dignity rather than being left to crumble.
Okay, so we'll move the second. There's no more speakers. Those in favour, please. That's unanimous. That's carried. Plot 2 Meriden Road Western. So Plot 2 Meriden Western Road, sorry. Change you again. Jane. One more.
Oh, I forgot. Sorry. Was that wishful thinking? No, it's not. It's not. No. Well, I mean, that one is a really sad one. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Right, this one is a lot less contentious, thankfully. It's a tree notification. It's in our property in Western Road, and it's a very minor work. It's a small maple, and it's a crown reduction. And the reason why it's come to committee is because it's linked with a council employee. This is the location of the tree, so you can see it's up a very long private drive. The tree can't be seen from any public area. The position of it, just to let you know, that's Royal Victoria Park to the south of that. And this is the tree. I don't think you can see in the pictures, but it has had some work in the past, historical past, and it's just a very light crown reduction to it, and my proposal is recommend no objection. Thank you, Chair.
Do we have any questions? Okay, so open the debate. So move something, please. Councillor Warren.
Recommendation. Chair.
Seconded. All those in favour? Unanimous.
Sorry, Chair.
It's carried. Jane, you can go now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item 8 on the agenda, appeals report. Does anybody have any comments at all? Councillor Jackson.
As usual, I think we should commend the officers for their work, and we should note that it's a 100% success rate, so congratulations. Have I missed one that we didn't get?
Yes, we get most of them. Well done.
I thought we...
There you go, Jackson. It is good, yes. Okay. Before we get into debate again, I'm going to close the meeting. The next meeting will take place on Wednesday, 30th of May. Site business on Monday, 11th of May. Thank you for attending a long meeting, and enjoy the rest of your day. What's left of it.